finish up this joint here, so I'm gonna try to speak quietly so nobody freaks out outside. But anyway, progress bar thing is doing it, so I'm gonna hand it off to D. Go do that thing that you do, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. There we go. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying flock out.
It's the way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, D. That's exactly the what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever word I'm looking for. Cheers, folks. Welcome. The show is for adults only. Please make sure that you are not watching the show if you're a kid. Obviously, we don't have anything against kids, but you're not welcome to watch the show, so please go watch something else. Go watch, I don't know, Santa Claus movies or some shit. Don't watch Red One because apparently it has a 30% tomato meter on Rotten Tomatoes. Apparently not a very good movie. Evidently one of the most expensive movies of the year. Can you believe that? A Santa Claus movie. And here's the funniest part about it. It is apparently so expensive because The Rock basically never really showed up to work, essentially, or he'd show up, but it was like 10 hours late, 12 hours late. How do you show up 10 hours late for something? But anyway, he would show up 10 hours late. And so as a result of that, they basically like doubled the production time, essentially, like paid everyone overtime all the time.
Mhm.
Maybe he's a stealth hero. Maybe all the crew got overtime. D, I don't know. Like you used to be a roadie, right? You'd be super happy about that. You'd be like, be late
Yeah.
all you fucker, right? I hired a couple of like moving guys to help me basically when I was moving on what's it called, TaskRabbit, and they were telling me about one of their last jobs, and they were like for 2 full days they basically just sat there and ate donuts. And the boss that was supposed to be hiring them kept apologizing, and they're like, "You don't have anything to apologize for. We're having a great time." Because apparently, I can't remember, they were waiting for something. I don't remember what the detail was, but one hand was waiting for the other hand to finish something, and they were just there waiting the whole time for. So like on the second day, basically for like 2 hours, they basically finished the job, but they got paid for 2 full days just to eat donuts and just fucking look at their phone. Not too shabby. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I wish we could be paid overtime on this show. But in the meantime, since we're not, we'll be paid in glorious wheat puffs that we're giving ourselves, I guess. That was a really stupid story I just told. Anyway, folks, if you'd like to hop on the show, you know the drill. I'm sure there's almost nobody ever new. So if you would like to hop on the show, don't be a dick, show your dick, or be a lunatic. We are done with the freaking patience for weird crap. So just don't pull any of that, basically. We don't tolerate any fucking bullshitting or bullshit. People have misunderstood that. Please don't bullshit on my show. Please also don't make any fucking demands of anybody that runs the show, whether that be D or me. If you would like to make a request, by all means, you are always welcome to make a request. Please just say, be polite. That's all. You don't have to beg or grovel or anything like that. Just be polite. Same thing with getting a link for the show. Just be polite. You really don't have to do anything else. Oh, it says the desk of DMT says Merry Christmas, beautiful people. Merry Christmas back. That's about it, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to hop on, just hop on. Just we have no tolerance for bullshit, basically, none whatsoever. So, especially tonight, it's a holiday night, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. So, no trolling will be allowed. All bad behavior will be instantaneously banned. I'm perfectly content if D bans literally anyone that acts out of a step with anything. So D's the ultimate authority, so don't wrong him, basically. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to hop on. Really, if you're chill, you will not encounter any problems whatsoever, right? D, how often do you randomly stomp people in the ground? Pretty rarely, I would say, right? Yeah, pretty rarely. So
Exactly.
anyway, gentlemen, gonna hand it. Although he does look a little bit mean, D definitely does look like It's an act. He's really not that mean at all. He might eat your brains a little bit, but just a little bit though. Anyway, folks, do hop
Ah,
on and do join us for the holiday. Of course, D, by all means, if nobody does hop on, you're more than welcome to cut the stream and stuff. You don't have to sit here and just twiddle your fucking thumbs for 4 hours or some shit. But ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to hop on here and oh, look at Smash is coming on here and come join the show, ladies and gentlemen. Go for it, D.
what's going on, everybody? Feliz Navidad. Merry Christmas early. Happy Kwanzaa. I won't say Happy Hanukkah yet because it doesn't happen yet, apparently. So, oh, everyone's having a great night. I'm smoking on a proliferate of different things. Um, Yeah, don't be naughty. Just be nice. Cheers, buddy kilowatt. Green light for the go. D, don't tap me, man. D saying tapping saying, please ban me for being fucking cool. You're too cool. First, as always, D. Cheers, everybody. I'm just rambling on now. Someone else take the microphone. I'll mute myself. Okay. Copeland's smashed. If you're there. So he might be still setting up. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say, Ram Ram Dostos, Salam Alaikum, everybody.
I guess I can say it out loud. Cheers, Organic Soul. He was first. Welcome. Long time no see. Couch Flowers in chat. Crime More Grows. Good to see you, buddy. Who else in here? Oh, D. D's in the house. Well, long time no see, D. Bud Kilowatt's giving the green light. Welcome. D says, please ban me for being so fucking cool. I mean, that's the coolest reason to be banned, honestly. I can't think of a cooler reason. I mean, other than like fuck, rescuing puppies or some shit, but other than that, I mean, that's pretty rare. Yeah. Wait, we wouldn't ban you for rescuing puppies. No. Yeah. So I stand my ground. Yeah. Basically, banning for being cool is the coolest reason to be banned. Like we couldn't take the coolness. That's basically what it is, right? D like it was like
Cool, man.
it blinded us, the coolness, basically. We couldn't deal with the coolness. We couldn't kind of like Jack Nicholson, we couldn't handle the truth, we couldn't handle the coolness. And we had to ban her as a result of that. That's basically the coolest reason, I would say.
Yeah, man. There you go. Ooh, there you go, Mr. D.
Ladies and
Wedding.
gentlemen, if you would like a higher quality of discussion than this, please do hop on the show and join us. Smash, you there yet?
Yeah, what's up?
Going on.
Rolling up some blue sushi.
Oh.
I think that's one of those names that is intended to sound great, but it's kind of sounds terrible to me. Why is the sushi blue? Is my first thought.
Yeah, it's also spelled with a Z though, so it's technically not
Maybe I
sushi.
just take things too literally, but I'm like, yeah, why? What's wrong with the sushi?
It's a good strain. I gotta say, I really like it. Like a berry almost.
Well, I would certainly hope so if it's from the blueberry.
I don't even know the cross on it. I haven't looked into it. I don't think it's a blueberry cross.
Blue whale and yo mama.
Uh,
Oh, wait, I'm being redundant.
Mrs. One. It's Miss
Going on,
Chronic.
folks in the chat. What's the word? What's going on?
Not Miss Chronic. Miss Chronic, you're so silly. Cheers, Gone
Oh, is
Lion.
Miss Chronic in the chat? Oh shit, I scrolled up. I hate when I do that. Like I
Diddles
accidentally
to
sometimes
Cushman.
scroll up on the chat and then I don't see it moving. I'm like, oh, I wonder why no one's chatting. That's why.
Ziddles the Cushman.
Ice cold, DSN, ice cold. Miss Chronic's in the house. Ganja Lion, what's going on, buddy?
I got some skin.
Guerrero's in the house. Merry Christmas, Guerrero.
Hi, girl.
I don't know. I guess maybe because I really like Cushman's.
Yeah, that's a good strain. I like Cushman.
Strain is great, but it grows like garbage for me. I've picked up that clone. I shit you not. I picked up that clone probably maybe not 5 times, but definitely 4 times. I bought it at Archive one time. maybe even twice. No, once at Archive. I got it in California once. I want to say I got it at one of the other dispensaries in Oregon. Anyway, I've literally picked it up like 4 or 5 times. It never once has grown well for me. It never once. Perhaps in other gardens it grows fine because I mean, obviously, other people are able to perpetuate that cut. I got it to clone for me, but never once got it to grow normally. It was always this teeny tiny little plant, just super, super, super slow. Very frustrating because it actually is really good weed. Just never got it to do shit. Basically, very puzzling. Very, very puzzling to me because it's not the only what's his fucking name seed junkie strain that I have by any means. So how is it that that one is so freaking bizarre? But absolutely can't get that one going. I basically gave up because there's no point. I don't know. Maybe when I set up my new garden, maybe I'll try again. But other than that, shit.
Yeah, I never got to grow it. I think Blue Zushi's from a random breeder too. I think it's this company called Tenko,
Oh,
uh, out of Cali. But it's a really good strain.
I'm gonna start 11 co.
It hits me pretty good.
That's cool.
Frosted Donuts too. That's a good one.
It's a fun name.
Um, Girl Scout cookie. Uh, Hold on. King Louis.
I like Girl Scout cookies.
So yeah, it's Frosted Donuts. Girl Scout cookie to King Louis something 5, 7, 35. I don't know. One number, some number.
Oh, there's numbers now, huh?
Oh, did I
Used to
do
be just this one clone that Kevin Jodry got handed.
What's XIII?
12, probably.
King Louis 12.
Yep.
I thought it was King Louis the 13th.
Oh yeah.
That would be I.
Oh. Oh, darn, I deleted it.
There is. I think there is 3 I's.
And that would be King Louis the Unluckiest.
Um, yeah,
Although they say that the number 13 used to be considered lucky. Go figure.
I bought some rosin for myself. GMO.
Nice.
Always a good one.
Top shelf for 25 a gram.
Oh,
And it just smells funky.
wrong.
What do you mean by funky?
Like it has that gym sock smell.
Oh, yeah, because you said it's GMO. I'm sorry, I forgot already. You
It
literally just said it.
It's drying out on me because it's really the heat's been on a lot, but it's really good.
There you go, girl. Just shoot your eye out, kid.
Is anyone doing anything for the holiday?
Uh, Christmas dinner at Mrs. D's fam tomorrow. That's about it. Wonder what we're having. You know what we're having? You know what we're having tomorrow? Oh. Cheers,
Probably
Red.
a Christmas ham.
Oh, dude, I mean, we're probably doing turkey, Mrs. D says, but
Ew.
ham sounds good. Yeah,
What is
probably
a
not ham.
Christmas turkey?
Turkey sounds great. You guys roast the whole turkey, or what do you do?
Yeah, should you put it in the oven?
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if I would want that. I'd be kind of like I'd rather have chicken. I just like I
You don't
like.
like
I
turkey
don't.
in general?
Nah, Thanksgiving's enough for the year for me.
Uh, I've heard a lot of people say that. I don't know why people are so opinionated about turkey. It
I just
seems
don't
like
like
such a
it.
mild bird to me. I don't know. I quite like turkey. Maybe that's why I enjoy it. I don't know. It's a little bit more flavorful than chicken is, I feel like. Chicken is basically chicken, it's pretty bland, right? Even dark meat is pretty bland. People always tell me how the dark meat is so much more flavorful. I'm like, it is still ultimately just a chicken. It takes up the flavor of whatever you
Yeah,
season
but
it, essentially.
with
But
turkeys,
turkey
you're
actually has some flavor to it. Duck, of course, is a lot more flavorful. I could understand if you didn't like duck, but turkey, shit, I'm always surprised by that. I mean, to each their own. I'm not gonna make fun of you for. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised because it's such a mild bird. It's like being opinionated about halibut. It's like saying, "Oh shit," or Dover sole. It's like, "Oh, Dover sole, I hate it so much." I'd be like, "Fuck, you hate Dover sole?" Like, but whatever. I'm sure there's people who hate Dover sole too. It's kind of funny that way. I probably talked over you guys. Were you guys saying something?
um, yeah, I don't know. I just even when it's like injected and stuff, just tastes bland to me.
Fair. Um, do you like duck? Do you like other fowl?
Yeah.
Goose? What other birds have you eaten?
He's gonna eat that dirty
Sounds like a
old
couple of
blue shit.
predators talking on it. Oh well, I just ate a zebra. Have you eaten like I don't know, quail or goose or fuck what else?
Horse.
I've tried
Pigeon.
quail once.
Yeah,
How about his
I
horse?
haven't tried goose.
pheasant. Pheasant is yummy.
I
Um,
want to
Yeah.
try
Goose
pheasant.
is
That's
good.
one.
I like goose a lot. They cook. In fact, actually, they cook goose for Christmas in Germany, Austria, I guess mostly Germany and Austria now that I think about it, because in like Eastern Europe already, it would be fish. Almost all of them basically are carp, essentially. When you go over into France, it's basically oysters, essentially. Well, sometimes also fish, basically, but a lot of times it's oysters in France. So essentially, right in the middle there. Yeah, in Italy, I don't think it's fuck. What is it in Italy? I actually don't know what they eat in Italy for fucking Christmas, but in Vienna they eat goose, which is actually quite hard to, people complain about how difficult turkey is to cook. It's actually not that difficult, but it is a little fiddly for sure. And goose, on the other hand, is quite challenging because the whole goose is basically dark meat, but the breast and the dark meat, so to speak, cook at totally different
Mm.
times, and you have to be really, really, really careful not to absolutely overcook the absolute shit out of um, the breast. I think it is because I don't think it's the dark meat that overcooks. Yeah, I think it's the breast still that
Oh
over.
yeah, the breast cooks fast.
Um, oh, you guys eat a lot of goose, probably, huh? Up in Canada. Do you? I
No,
don't even fucking know. Do you eat goose in Canada?
no,
No. How funny is
no.
that?
We
They eat the shit out of goose in Austria. Like
uh
that's the enemy of the
They
like.
eat goose
Oh
in
shit! Don't be a
Canada.
goose in Austria. They'll fuck you up.
watch
No,
out
for
for
real.
being
Every Christmas dinner is basically goose. It's kind of comical to me now that I
They
think about it.
eat goose around here too. I know people that go goose hunting.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that eats goose here. It's funny. I bet you if I asked 100 people, I'd find two maybe.
Yeah, because you gotta
Probably
go
both be
hunting.
like Billy
Goose
Bob,
isn't
you know.
something. It's either you're at a really nice restaurant or you gotta go get it yourself.
Hmm.
I think
Or you gotta go to
Canadian.
a Chinese store, grocery store.
I think uh, Canadian geese are illegal to eat here in Canada, to shoot and eat. But there was an overpopulation years and years ago where they did give out tickets to hunt them at one point because they're overpopulated, and they used the meat the geese they caught. They actually used and fed to the homeless. So I don't know how good that is either.
Guerrero is about to become an honorary Jewish person. Guerrero, I don't know if you know this because I think Guerrero said one time a long time ago when he was on the show. I think he's Mexican. I suppose there are Mexican Jews, obviously, but anyway, Jewish people go to Chinese. It's like a whole thing in America. Basically, Jewish families always go to Chinese food, and it's not like I don't know.
Oh,
It wasn't in the Bible. It wasn't in fucking Jehoshaphat. Book 1-1. It's just basically because Chinese people traditionally didn't celebrate Christmas, and of course Jewish people don't traditionally celebrate Christmas. So the two of them basically would be either hungry or open, basically. So Jews developed this tradition that they always go to Chinese food on Christmas. Yep.
What, no gefilte fish?
No,
Mm.
but that's another one. That's a fucking funny one. People always make fun of gefilte fish. It is the mildest shit in the world. Seriously, like if you like it almost has no flavor. Like it's that fucking mild. It's a carp meatball is what it is. Which sounds bizarre to people because they're like, "Wait, what? Carp?" But
You what?
carp
Yeah.
is one of the blandest fucking fish that you could find, and especially when you cook it down and basically make it into like gelatinized gefilte fish, and you only all you do basically is cook it with the fish bones, so that's where you get the gelatin. It's not from I don't even know. It's not obviously
So,
from a pig. So it's literally just the fish bone gelatin, and which is collagen, which actually is good for you, believe it or not. A lot of people don't eat nearly enough collagen. People that work out, they try to eat as much collagen as they can. So actually, gefilte fish would probably be good for them. You've heard it here first. I put on 100 pounds of muscle. It's thanks to gefilte fish. Oh yeah.
Beefcake, gefilte fish,
okay, so
gefilte fish.
I just searched Google. Yes, you can hunt Canadian geese in Canada, but there are many regulations to follow. Permits. You need a federal migratory bird or game bird hunting permit, and any required providential permits.
So,
Each province and territory has its own regulations, including restrictions on both hunting methods, equipment, and baiting. So yeah, I think you just got to follow the Migratory Bird Act of '94.
cool. See, you learn something new every day.
It's illegal to kill, disturb or destroy them without a permit, which I think that's illegal anywhere.
Wait, but yeah, no, never mind. Crazy.
Why no Guerrero Grows is saying no Chinese food for them on Hanukkah? Why no I would say double the Chinese food on Hanukkah. Eat lots of
When is
fucking
Hanukkah?
they eat when is Hanukkah? I think it starts on the 26th, so I guess day after tomorrow, I think. So I don't know, because
Wrestling day.
maybe it starts on the sunset of tomorrow for all I know.
It's
Yeah,
sounds
you like
stupid.
fried foods. Right.
Is Kwanzaa celebrated on the same day as Christmas?
No, I think Kwanzaa is like the last. Hold on, what the fuck? It's like the last something of the December. What is it?
I kind of just say happy holidays at this point because I never know.
I just tell people fuck off. It's easier.
People, no, seriously, people be like, "Merry Christmas." I look at them dead in the face. I'm like, I don't celebrate Christmas really. We probably we'll probably have a dinner maybe here.
Oh, so it's a week-long holiday. Kwanzaa is.
Oh,
It's between December 26th and January 1st each year.
oh, so it's the same as Kwanzaa. I mean, oh my God,
This year it's the same as Hanukkah, but
Hanukkah. Yeah,
Huh.
yeah.
Hanukkah changes basically because the Jewish calendar is lunar. So, but it's usually around. It's usually before Christmas actually, but this year it's
Dude,
after.
I'm
That's
fascinated with
pissing
this
me off.
Hasidic. I'm like really fascinated with this Hasidic Jew family. They have a TikTok and stuff, and they answer questions about like the religion, and they talk about it, and it's cool to understand like why they have the curls and why they have little tassels hanging from their shirts and stuff. Because if I didn't find him, I would never.
If you didn't find him, you'd what?
I'd probably
Sorry.
never have known unless I asked someone.
Oh,
You know,
hmm. Well, you can look that shit up.
I
Um, the
this is just one
tassels
of the.
basically are part of the prayer shawl. It's not a particular thing usually. The curls basically have to do with a passage in the Bible where it says, "You shall not round your head." So they've interpreted it that way that basically you have these uh, uh, essentially you don't cut these curls basically. Um, there's only a few people that do that. There's only a few specific Jews that do that. Basically, those costumes, essentially their costumes on some forms, I guess would be basically a better metaphor, a better descriptor for it, because they are um, they show the in group who's in the group, and they show the out group who's not part of the group. So basically, you know from a distance who belongs to which sect, who belongs to the particular Hasidic Jews. Like the Hasidic Jews basically come from Eastern Europe, Belarus. So they're the ones with the furry hats and shit. Whereas they're not by any means the only Orthodox Jews. And of course, actually, the Orthodox
Yes,
Jews
Orthodox. Yeah.
are Orthodox Jews that dress normally, honestly, and you would never know. But then there are also the ultra Orthodox, I guess you could say. In Israel, they call them the Haredi Jews, basically. Um, but that's kind of an umbrella category, essentially. And so that's all of the people that would be wearing all day long. They've got the yarmulke, not only that, but they've got the white or the black suit on or the big old full-on hat. That's the Hasidic Jews.
They do the fill-in.
They show you the tassels. Pretty much all of them show you the tassels basically because it's the prayer shawl under your shirt essentially. What else? Yeah, some of them literally walk around with the freaking tefillin on their head all the time.
Hey, honey, nice tassels. Oh,
But it's very much how do I put it? It's like wearing an army uniform. An army uniform helps the soldiers know who's a soldier and feel contiguous with themselves. Essentially, they feel kind of an esprit de corps. But also, it shows the other armies or whatever non-army people who is a soldier who's not to be messed with and so on and so forth. Right. So,
I seen something. They were like, "Oh, we have to uh like kosherize what they're cooking on," and they brought it to a river, and they had to let it go for a second in the river, and they grabbed it again. And like that's what made it kosher. Apparently, it was
I
interesting.
think that's basically just washing it off. But I don't know. Maybe they probably had to have different rules. I don't at all keep kosher, so. Love bacon cheeseburgers. So
I did see a video the other day. It was a Palestinian and a kid from Israel, a Jewish kid, and he was like, dude, tried to shake his hand, and the guy from Palestine was like, no, I don't shake whatever's hand and stuff, and he was like, dude, the first step
thank
to
you.
peace is just talking, and which is very true.
unfortunately,
Uh,
this is something that's very difficult for people to wrap their heads around. They're going to misunderstand almost certainly what I'm going to say. I changed my opinion quite a bit, basically. I used to have a very different perspective on Israel, not a very positive one, to be perfectly honest. And I've been to Israel a bunch of different times, mind you. Um, didn't have the best opinion of it as a country until I went to Israel last year and basically watched my mom die. It was the most stressful time in my entire fucking life. And a war broke out right around me at the same time. It was literally the most stressful time in my entire fucking life. Meanwhile, here in the States, my garden was dying, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And with my eyes, I saw a completely different country than I have been. First of all, than I've seen in the media. People describe it in the media since then. I know it's not true. People described it in the media before that, and I learned that it wasn't true. No, I'm speaking abstractly, right? But it's really complicated. I try to talk to people about it, and they don't believe me. But I'm like, I was literally fucking there. I saw it with my own eyes. I used to think it was an apartheid state because that's, of course, what a lot of people like to say about it. It's not. It's not at all. 95% of my mom's doctors and nurses were Arabs. The hospital was almost entirely staffed by and served by Israeli Arabs. They weren't West Bank Arabs or something. People completely don't understand how Israel works. They were literally Israeli Arabs. They had Israeli passports.
you're
They
more
let me finish my
educated
thought. Let me
than
finish my
me.
thought. I can't stand when people fucking talk over me on this fucking show. Let me finish my thought. Uh, they were Arabs. They were Israeli Arabs, and how do I put it? They treated my mom professionally and with perfect decency. There was not some kind of a conflict between them or some Cold War in the hospital or some shit. My mom, being an old person, didn't really like that they were Arabs, but that's because old people are fucking racist half the time. But in the end, honestly, I think she probably realized that they treated her extremely, extremely well. So how do I put it? Like, I got to talk to a lot of fucking people. Most of the employees at the hotels that I had to stay at, I got shuttled because one closed down because we thought Hezbollah was going to invade the town. So they literally shut the hotel down because there wasn't a safe room. So everybody, that's when I had to drive over 100 miles an hour from the hospital to the fucking hotel. I don't know if you guys remember me telling that story, but one night I drove back like a bat out of fucking hell because the person that ran the hotel, the manager of the hotel that I was staying at, called me personally and was like, "Have you seen what happened on the news?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've seen what happened on the fucking news." That was on October 7th, a little over a year ago. And she was like, "So yeah, we don't have a safe room in the in the building. I don't want to jeopardize my staff if Hezbollah literally comes and tries to kill everybody. So I'm closing the hotel. I'm going to send you to this other hotel down the street. They do have a safe room and they can lock the door just in case Hezbollah comes and tries to kill everybody. So, but you need to you need to be here in 10 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever the fuck it was, because I'm literally closing the hotel." And I was like, it was kind of like the wolf from Pulp Fiction. They're like, fuck, I don't remember the line, but he's like, I'm 30 minutes away. I'll be there in 10. And so that's basically what I did. I was fucking sliding around corners and shit. Woof. That was some fun ass fucking shit. Anyway, in the middle of all of that, I saw a completely, I guess I'm digressing on the story. I saw a completely different country than the country that people describe to this day. And it's very, very, very frustrating to me to see the complete, not only misinformation, that's underselling it, basically the complete, I don't even know how you would describe it. Basically, telling a version of the story that doesn't exist, essentially a fictionalized version of the story. And so part of the story that isn't fictionalized is something that I did realize, that there are several different groups of, you could say, Arabs in the Israeli region. Okay, so of course there's obviously tons of Arabs around Israel. But in specifically, you could say Gaza, the West Bank, and then in Israel, I would say you'd have basically three distinct groups of Arabs. In the news most recently, Israel has been, of course, warring with the Gazan Arabs. Basically, I think you could very clearly say, while the West Bank Arabs have been generally more or less in the background. There have been some news stories about them, certainly, but it's been basically way, way back because, of course, Israel's not actually fighting with them. And then the Arabs in Israel, you essentially never hear anything about. And that's what I'm talking about. I got to know actually I didn't even finish the story about the hotel staff of those hotels were Arab people. They were Israeli Arabs. So I got to talk to these people and hear their perspectives. They weren't necessarily super thrilled that Israel is a majority Jewish country, from a philosophical standpoint, but they were also happy to be Israeli citizens and everything else. It's such a fucking crazy, crazy, crazy story that I don't even know where to begin. Now here I'm fucking digressing in fractal different ways. Anyway, the one thing that I wanted to say when you talked about the Palestinian not wanting to shake the Israeli's hand is that I can tell you there are definitely Israelis that wouldn't shake a Palestinian's hand. I guarantee you there are people like that for sure. I definitely met some Israeli people that are extremists in a variety, not necessarily extremists, I guess, in the sense of what you probably thought I meant, but extreme politically. They're very extreme conservatively and so on. I met a few people like that. However, the majority of Israelis that I met are interested in peace. And that has been borne out actually by Israeli actions over history. I'm sure people are now yelling at the screen, but I'm calm. If other people could be calm, Israel has actually offered peace to the Arabs many, 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 many times. And the Palestinians have turned it down many, 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 many times. The Palestinians now, I think you could say that the Palestinians that live in Gaza, under no circumstances, would even entertain the idea that Israel has a right to exist. They physically won't allow it. As a culture, they physically won't allow it. The Palestinians in the West Bank, most of them are also unwilling to accept the reality of an Israel that continues to exist. So essentially, these are, ironically, both genocidal concepts. People like to say that Israel is genocidal, but ironically, these two Palestinian Arab groups, they cannot entertain the idea of Israel. And I don't think that in my lifetime that will change. And that's actually quite a sad realization. I'll shut up and let you talk here in a second. It was a sad realization to see that I don't think there will ever be peace. And actually, that has nothing to do with what Israel does or doesn't do at this point. Now, you could always argue that Israel is not doing something appropriately or inappropriate, whatever, right? Of course. But the saddest realization I think that I saw is that the Arabs or the Palestinian Arabs will not, under any circumstances, make peace with Israel. It's just, it won't happen. It won't happen, not for the next probably 30 or 40 years. It fucking sucks too, because it's a very small country. Like, I literally stepped over the River Jordan. It's such a small river. It used to be a lot bigger, I think, but it's such a small river that in parts you can literally step over it. It's a fucking creek. It's the Creek of Jordan. It's that small of a fucking country. And the fact that these people can't just coexist fucking sucks. But it is what it is. I don't know.
I oh yeah. Oh, sorry for I thought you were done. Um uh so you're a little bit more educated. I haven't looked up this word, but they use that I don't even Zionist or whatever, and I don't know what it means. I don't even know what that means. So can you explain what they're calling the Israels when they're saying that word?
That's another thing that gets really misinterpreted. So people have turned Zionist into a swear word, basically. And it's not a surprise to me when Arabs say the word Zionist as a swear word, because for them, essentially, it is a swear word. Basically, they don't accept, kind of collectively, the Arab world doesn't really accept the idea of Israel. There are some exceptions, but really only grudgingly so. Like Jordan and Egypt only really begrudgingly accept Israel. So Zionism as a concept is actually the nationalist movement of the Jews, basically. So just like the Turks had the Kemalist movement, basically from Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, I guess. Ataturk is the father of the Turks. That means the father of the Turks. Anyway, his name was Mustafa Kemal. So his philosophy was called Kemalism. And now, for the last 25 years, they've actually undone Kemalism. And now Turkey is a more Islamist country. Now you can see women with veils and shit for 80 years or whatever the fuck it was, from like the 1920s, basically after World War One, up until the 2000s. Basically, there was this secular Kemalist movement in Turkey. So Turkey was the Ottoman Empire that basically was an authoritarian, uh, pan-Turkish. Like, it wasn't just an ethno-state, but the Turkish state became an ethno-state, essentially. It was about being Turkish and secularly Turkish. Anyway, so Ataturk, the father of the Turks, Ata means father, Ataturk was the leader of this nationalist movement of the Turks. I guess I'm saying this because people like to
First
say that
pride in your
Zionism
country.
somehow. Let me finish my thought, because otherwise I'll probably lose my train of thought. People like to depict Zionism as some kind of an evil dogma or something, where actually, if you step back just for a moment, the how do I put it? The Nigerians, the freaking Congolese, the South Africans, who the fuck else? The Persians, the Arabs, Lawrence of Arabia, in Saudi Arabia, Jordan. He led nationalist movements to decolonialize entire swaths of the world that were owned by Turkey, that were owned by the UK, that were owned by France, that were owned by Belgium. And nationalist movements decided to create these nation states. The Jews, basically, being a diaspora all over the world, kind of an unusual case, because the Congolese were all in Congo. The Turks were all in Turkey. But the Jews had been scattered around the fucking world for the most part. They decided collectively to create this nationalist movement and go back. They call it kind of going up to Israel in the Hebrew vernacular. It's going up to Jerusalem, they basically call it. There's historical precedent of the Jews being from Israel. They even fucking call places Judea and so on and so forth. Anyway, whatever. Long story short, Jews have for a long time said next year in Jerusalem every time they end a prayer or a party or anything else. Basically, that's kind of the last thing they say, next year in Jerusalem. Well, so the nationalist movement decided to actually go to fucking Jerusalem, basically in the late 1900s, and essentially a bunch of relatively wealthy Jews bought up land basically all around essentially first Ottoman Empire, and then it became basically the English Mandate Palestine, basically. Well, since the endless war with the Arabs, basically, people have decided to call Zionism some kind of an evil plot to rule the world or something. Except for the fact that the Arabs had Arab nationalism. That's essentially how Lawrence was able to get the Arabs to work together and create Saudi Arabia and first Transjordan it was called, but then basically with the wars with Israel, it became Jordan. What else? Syria, Lebanon, you name it. Lebanon and Syria were both French colonies, and they both basically had nationalist movements that decolonized themselves into nation states. It's really weird that people talk so aggressively about Israel and Zionism as if it's some kind of a strange concept. Because, like I say, Syrian nationalism, literally the next door to Israel is Syria. They had a nationalist movement to declare independence from France. The Lebanese as well, the Turks, the Cypriots, fucking Cyprus, on and on and on, the Egyptians, on and on and on and on. But for some reason, when the Jews do it, it's fucked up. It's super bad, and you shouldn't do it, and it's super evil. So long story short, basically Zionism is just the nationalist movement of the Jews. Now, okay, you can argue whether the concept of nationalism is a good thing or a bad thing. Interestingly enough, I think you'd be talking about two different things. So when you talk about, let's say, German nationalism in World War II, you weren't talking about the same thing as Germany in 1871, where Germany was literally trying to become a country. Because for hundreds of years, Germany didn't exist, basically. There wasn't such thing as a Germany. There was the Holy Roman Empire, but there wasn't actually a Germany. And then the German nationalist movement, basically in the 1870s, created this fucking gigantic kingdom, basically, that the Prussians ran. Anyway, whatever, you asked. There's your fucking history. Nobody
Oh
gives a
no,
shit.
I was listening. Um, I've been watching with Syria. I guess Syria's had a whole bunch of like, uh, how do you say this? Their leader ran, and people are flooding back to like go back to home country right now.
Yeah, piece of shit dictator basically fucked off to Moscow. Guy was a sack of shit trash.
Gave
Uh,
them,
Guy
gave
was
them
he was the
fucking.
worst kind of bitch. Like honestly, he was a well-educated optometrist. He lived in London for a bunch of years. All his colleagues in London said he was like the sweetest guy. And then essentially when Hafez Assad, I guess, was the father. I can't remember the older brother's name, but anyway, he was in a car accident, got mega fucked up. He was supposed to be the guy that took over from the father. He got fucked up in a car accident, so Hafez is like, "Oh shit, Bashar better take over." So they called him up from London, and this freaking dorky ass guy from London basically flies back and he's like, "Okay, I guess I'm president now." And for the last 20 something years, he's apparently been one of the most savage fuckfaces in the world. He had these underground dungeons that basically everyone in Syria knew about, where they literally had hundreds of thousands of people disappear. They just the other day they found a mass grave that has at least they say that conservatively at least 100,000 bodies. Just one mass grave has a hundred
He was
thousand.
also hiding money too, like hiding money, buying crazy
Oh,
cars, like
everything. Yeah, I mean,
every yeah. He was
yeah,
dirty,
100%.
dirty.
All of it. Yep. No, those people are sacks of shit. Imagine if their countries had been able to use those resources for something beneficial instead of gold-plated Maseratis and
Not
whatever.
like Syria. Yeah, it sucks when you have like even in parts of Africa, there's even a tribal chief taking the money, like, and it's kind of sad because they know how hard like these diamond mines out in Africa and stuff. The people actually running the mine are the only ones making a couple bucks, but they're not even making that much because they're going to sell it to Russia or blah 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 or da da da. Ukraine, I don't know, whoever needs diamonds, US.
The thing is, the
Uh,
diamonds are not
Blood
rare.
diamonds.
Yeah, the diamond companies famously pretended like there was a shortage of diamonds, and there's actually never really been a shortage of diamonds. Especially now, they can actually make perfectly good diamonds synthetically. It's actually quite recent. I think only in the last 10 years could they make really good diamonds that you'd actually put on a ring or something. But industrial diamonds, that was no problem for like the last 20 years. They've been able to do that. And so that's freed up the entire supply chain that used to go to industrial diamonds, basically for all kinds of shitty jewelry diamonds. Apparently, that's where all the chocolate diamonds and whatever come from. They used to be used for industrial stuff. Anyway, turns out that diamonds are just not even remotely rare, and basically that's essentially why the industry is so bloody, because basically you're essentially strip mining the earth for relatively, I mean, valuable gravel. Basically, that's about it. It's not even like valued like gold or something when you pull it out of the ground. It's just, oh, another fucking shiny stone.
They found, I think it was the second biggest diamond in the world recently.
Hmm. I mean,
And
that's, you find a big fucking diamond. That's always valuable.
that
So,
thing was, I think they said it was over 1,000 carats or grams or something like that. It was crazy. It was, the guy was holding it with two hands.
CTC asks a question that I think a lot of people assume is related, but again, this is one of those things that really just maddens me, honestly. It really maddens me. So, people would like to equate Israel with Benjamin Netanyahu, and I would like to say that I saw firsthand that many Israelis hate his fucking guts and are ready to pull his fucking skin off, basically, by I don't know, with their fingernails. However, he's the elected leader of their country right now. They are not a uncivilized shithole, basically. So they basically don't, I don't know, what, burn him at the stake or some shit, basically. It's widely theorized. He's actually in a corruption trial right now. One of the last judges that actually passed sentence on him was an Arab judge. That's another one of these misconceptions that Arabs are not in charge in Israel. An actual Arab judge was the guy that sentenced him. I don't remember what the sentence was, but regardless. Uh, what was I going to say? Israel is a civil democracy. They have regular elections. Everybody is allowed to vote. All citizens obviously are allowed to vote. Arabs are allowed to vote. There are Arabs in the Knesset, basically their version of Congress, I guess you could say. There's no reason why an Arab couldn't be prime minister one day. Now, I think Netanyahu is honestly an absolute fucking shit stain. I've basically never trusted anyone in my life that had a visible comb over. It's to me the biggest sign of a person that not only lies to themselves, but also to others. So essentially, from the time I was a little kid, I basically saw people like Netanyahu as kind of fundamentally dishonest and self-serving. Sure enough, he's dishonest and self-serving. You'll get no arguments from me about that. However, you can't throw an entire country in the fucking ocean just because you dislike one politician. Otherwise, basically, people will do the same thing to us. Don't forget, people will basically write off the US just because they don't like Trump. And don't kid yourself. There's a lot of people who are not going to like Trump worldwide who already don't like Trump worldwide. Would you like them all to fucking throw us in the ocean? That's fucking ridiculous, right? Anyway,
Did
so
you
just
hear about there's a cruise that goes on for 4 years to get away from America
Jesus
while
Christ.
he's
Yeah, it's like
president?
$96,000. Don't let me fucking pretend I did think about fucking taking it. I honestly did, except
I
for
heard it.
how
I,
stupid that'd be.
I'm not gonna lie, I
Anyway,
heard it.
you get fucking norovirus in the first weekend probably, and then you're done.
I
Anyway,
heard it, and I was like,
so Russia,
that's
on the
fine.
other hand, let me finish my thoughts, Mash. So Israel is a country that, by the way, was attacked. So this is something that people conveniently forget. Israel was attacked on October 7th. I was literally there. I literally was there. I was fucking literally there. So of all the dickhead fucks on the internet who are like, I know better, I was literally there in Israel. Now, granted, I was very lucky to be in northern Israel instead of southern Israel, where you could get your fucking head chopped off, but or burned alive or grenaded to death. That was super awesome. But the guy that ran the hotel that I had to escape to, it was a family hotel, basically. They've run this, the same family has run that hotel for a super long time. That hotel is one of the oldest hotels in Tiberias. You can see pictures. They had pictures of it basically on their walls. It was super cute. They had pictures of the place from like the 1910s, basically, when it was like fucking horse-drawn carriages practically. It was like in American terms, it'd be like fucking pew pew Wild West, basically. Anyway, pretty much the family's run the place since then. His niece, the guy that was the night clerk that I talked to all the time, his niece got murdered at that Nova night or that Nova music festival, basically in southern Israel. So at first, they didn't know what happened to her because basically a lot of people just vanished, and there was a lot of literally splattered bodies on the ground. It was really quite gruesome. And he and his family were looking through on Telegram. They were looking through pictures of dead bodies to see if they could identify their niece. Finally, one of them was able to actually in person identify the niece. She was murdered. And what happened was she and her girlfriend, and she was there with, I think, two of her friends. I think it was the three of them in one car. She and her girlfriend got in the car and drove one way, and her other girlfriend ran the other way. That girlfriend survived because the terrorists decided to follow these two and shot them both basically where they stood. So these two girls were 17 years old. And we basically had to experience that firsthand. Also, we were waiting for Hezbollah to march over the essentially 20 miles basically from Lebanon. They're very, very well armed. Well, they used to be until Israel just kicked their shit in the last few weeks. But until recently, they were exceptionally well armed by Iran. You guys remember probably that Iran is no friend of Israel's. So we were all essentially on pins and fucking needles that we're all going to be basically slaughtered in our sleep. At one point, I was literally the only person in that hotel because the whole family realized it wasn't worth getting beheaded by terrorists to keep the hotel open. But they also didn't want to kick me out because I didn't have anywhere to go. Mind you, like I said, my mom was dying in the hospital, so I had nowhere to fucking go. So they very fucking kindly basically gave me the hotel. They gave me the keys to the hotel. And so for 3 or 4 days, I was literally alone in a hotel by myself, like Kevin from fucking Home Alone. I shit you not. It was really one of the most extraordinary experiences of my life. I kept wondering what would happen if some terrorists across the way saw lights on in the hotel. Would they fucking come to my hotel or not? I don't know. Or would they prioritize the other hotels? I kept wondering, honestly, what would happen. It was an exciting time. Mind you, on the other hand, that Russia is a country that perpetually bullies and attacks their neighbors. They have bullied and attacked the Czech Republic, Hungary, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland. They've invaded Poland, I don't know how many times. The multiple partitions of Poland are historical examples of how many times Russia kicked their shit in. Russia has most recently pointlessly invaded Ukraine. They had absolutely no reason to do so. Their stated reasons of supposedly defeating Nazis is honestly just made up, honestly, by a crazed shit stain that runs their country as a mob boss. But they also basically said that they were trying to fight back against NATO. Ironically, they've made NATO bigger. I mean, it's literally just a fucking comedy how Russia thought they were going to take over Ukraine in a couple of days, and all they managed to do is kill children and cancer patients. Just the other day, I think it was the day before yesterday, they bombed a cancer hospital in Kherson, I think it was. So to compare Israel and Russia is ignorant. It's just ignorant. It's honestly ignorant. Israel was attacked by literal jihadis. I mean, Hamas's charter basically says that Israel must be destroyed and that Islam will destroy it. They're not people who are willing to make peace. They've been holding, in many cases, dead bodies of the hostages rotting as they are in the extraordinary heat of that region for a year. How gruesome is that? That they won't give people their dead loved ones back. But what they're doing is they're holding them as bargaining chips. It's a special kind of somebody that holds a dead body as a bargaining chip. But these are the people that we're talking about, and it puzzles me. It genuinely puzzles me that people defend those folks as if they had some kind of a right to do what they did. You'll get no argument from me that the Palestinians deserve a state of their own. I foolishly, for most of my life, thought that there should be a one-state solution. I literally believed in a one-state solution. I now, having have seen the violence basically that was perpetrated by the Gazans, literally by the Gazans, I see that a one-state solution is not possible. So unfortunately, I do believe that hopefully one day there will be a two-state solution, but I know it won't be anytime fucking soon. I know it. I mean, I saw it with my own eyes, which is a shame because again, when you speak to the Israeli Arabs, you you don't get this same kind of a problem. They are able to coexist perfectly well with the Jews, with the Druze. There's literally 20 or 30 ethnicities in the state of Israel. It's a majority Jewish country, but actually the Arabs are, I think, maybe 40% of the country. People really don't understand that they are a large minority in the country, and those Israeli Arabs were the ones that just didn't leave. All the Palestinian refugees in other countries, that's an argument for another day, because actually that's essentially a linguistic term basically that was created by the UN. The folks that stayed in Israel, they became Israeli citizens. And to this day, they're allowed to be doctors, lawyers, and everything else. So there's to say that people are misinformed is to undersell the story, because I don't think people are informed in the right way in the first beginning of the story. I hear all kinds of people defend Russia. Woof. If you knew a little bit more about Russia, you wouldn't defend Russia. Russians don't defend Russia. Russians try to leave Russia. It's really something else to defend Russia about something, especially the non-Russian. What fucking earthly reason other than delusion would you ever have to defend Russia?
My ancestors lived in Russia for like 3 generations.
What's that, dude?
My ancestors lived in Russia for like 3 generations.
Hmm.
Germans from Russia, they called it. Catherine the
No
Great,
shit, I
apparently.
just got the connection. Are you related to Vladimir Hardkonnen? Hardkonnen?
Good one.
Sorry, that was a nerdy joke about Dune.
Uh,
So the Vladimir Harkonnen, the bad guy from the first and second Dune movies, his family basically allegedly are from Russia from like 20,000 years in the past. Anyway,
I know back in like the I don't know the late 1700s or something like that. Catherine the Great offered a whole bunch of land by uh I forget the name of the sea, Odessa. But in any case, it was basically like the homesteading in America, where she offered anyone who wanted to, 40 acres in an ox or something like that, and then like they had so many years to improve the land, and then like
what is a Russian mule?
and like tens of thousands of Germans like
Full of
walked from Germany over to fucking uh
later.
I forget the area in Russia it was called, but
Yulski.
yeah, there's like a whole
Yeah,
community
they
called
were always
Germans from
giving out
Russia.
free land in Siberia because there's nobody fucking there. Still to this day, there's basically no one there.
But yeah, my and like my family didn't know about that at all. Like I found that out during COVID when I was doing genealogy research. It's kind of crazy.
Dude, my
Yeah, they were
sister,
there for 3 generations, and they emigrated to America in like the 1850s or some shit.
my
I
sister was
heard,
gonna.
I've heard that there's going to be a lot of Americans that want to come to Canada now. Apparently,
Yeah.
I hear not deportation, but people wanting to come here. Immigration is going to be up.
If Canada lets them, Canada has been fairly generous with immigration for a while, but I guess you never know.
For the Americans, mainly Americans,
Hmm.
are moving here.
See when they make
Okay, who it is? No,
I'm wrapping my sister's. I'm wrapping my sister's present right now, and I bought like 100 yards of fishing line, and I'm in the process of wrapping it.
nice. With with my buddy, one of my buddies, every year we used to exchange gifts, and I used to take a roll of duct tape, a couple rolls of duct tape, like the gray stuff, wrap it all the way around every angle. It takes them like half an hour just to open it.
I didn't. Yeah, I wanted to go to the store and get tape, but I forgot.
My phone is being held by electrical tape.
I want to see a YouTube channel that basically is all uh homemade MacGyver solutions for immediate problem needs like that. So like you don't have any tape, but you need to wrap 10 Christmas presents. So MacGyver comes along and creates homemade tape out of bacon and fucking
Mm.
whatever the shit. I
Goes
don't know.
outside and gets pine tar.
That's it, exactly. Goes outside, takes
Chewing
some
gum.
fucking the tree, cooks the top on the stove with a little bit of baking soda. Tell me you would enjoy that show. It just needs one pine needle, that's all.
There we go. Oh,
Oh god, yeah. CTC saying Canada is going to be our 51st state.
no.
Welcome, D. We're gonna. Which are you guys gonna join college football? You got to join college football if you're the 51st state. It'll be the Canadian
Well,
fighting geese.
I know that's not going to happen, but if it
I
ever
mean,
did,
with
one
Trudeau,
good thing, one good thing about it would I'd be able to mail you guys cannabis.
That's it.
That's about the only good thing.
But
You would
they'd
be able to mail
somehow
it to
fuck up
the
your like
farm.
by bringing you in. Somehow they'll fuck up your shit. They'll fuck up your healthcare system instead of giving us your healthcare system. They'll give you ours.
Yeah, fuck. Well, thanks.
I don't know. Trudeau's kind of dumb.
Oh yeah, I know. We want them out. Believe me, we want a carbon. We're there. We all want a early carbon tax. Carbon tax. Um, election. She want him out of here. She's an idiot. I've actually been watching. I've actually been watching the last couple of days. The last little bit of the end of the Parliament here in Canada. It's pretty funny when you see the opposition and the Prime Minister uh, saying shit to each other.
They talk mad shit to each other at the UK Parliament.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Although they like fist fight and shit in the Korean Parliament.
Really? I have to look that up. That's pretty
I'd like to see
crazy.
American politicians fist fight sometimes. I think that'd be pretty amusing.
Dude, I think they
Heard that
should.
Chuck Grassley is 91 years old. I'd like to see him get in a fist fight with anybody else, really.
There's some lady that's been in a
A care home.
home.
Yeah, they just discovered she's been in a care home since June or July. Yeah, seriously, since what?
But they found her wandering around her neighborhood lost.
Say it again.
They found her wandering around her neighborhood lost.
Awesome.
And she was still getting paid over 100K.
And her staff too. Her congressional staff probably didn't say a fucking word either. Like, oh, well, we just haven't seen her. I don't know.
That's probably who hit it.
She's on a long lunch.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, it's a long lunch. I don't know. She's
Long. Yeah. Well, where is it?
yeah, but Kilowatt saying Trump is still trying to buy Greenland. I mean, it's just gonna be shit after shit after shit every single fucking day again. Every fucking day. It was something with him last time. Ugh.
He also offered Mexico.
Oh no, he's talking about how much he's going to. They're debating how much to invade Mexico. They're talking about whether to just invade it a little tiny bit or like a lot. I don't know. Yeah.
He also put the deal out to be a state.
To Mexico?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Does everybody get the deal to be a state, or is it just Canada and Mexico?
I think you got to be attached.
What about Puerto Rico? Because Puerto Rico has been wanting to be a state. Are they going to not give Puerto Rico the right, but they're going to give Canada and Mexico the right?
Well, they're just a floating island of garbage.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. I forgot.
I hate it though. Like, I don't know. That joke made me feel like a
It's just
certain
so
way.
mean, dude.
But I
That's why
liked the guy.
conservatives never have any good comedians. They only can punch down. That's one of the
Hey
strangest
man,
things.
Tony
They just don't
Hinchcliffe.
seem to accept. Punching down is not funny unless you're a bully. You know, if you're Biff from fucking Back to the Future, then it's super funny. And of course, guess who Biff was based on? But like literally, if you're fucking who was the other kid? The O'Doyle.
Oh,
O'Doyle rules. No, wait, that was from Billy Madison. Who was the fucking dipshit kid from Back to the Future? Uh,
Biff.
was it Biff?
Biff Tannen.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of
Oh.
when Michael Jackson goes into the future. No, wait, he's in the future. Fuck me. No, no, no. Oh, I need to see that movie again. It's been too long. Anyway,
Little boy.
if you're a bully, punching down sounds great. It's funny, super funny. But for most people, it's not really funny. For some reason, as human beings, I think probably because of the way we evolved essentially as a collective, basically. We think punching up is funny. Punching sideways sometimes is funny, teasing your neighbors, but punching down, making fun of people isn't really that funny. So,
Tony Hinchcliffe is a pretty funny guy, though. I don't know if anyone else watches Kill Tony or not, but
I do, and it is a joke because like he's kind of smart. So he was really talking about the floating island of trash. He's talked about it a little bit. He was like, "Yeah, I made the joke, but I was kind of referring to the big floating island, and then I made the punchline Puerto Rico to make it the joke." He's like, "I don't hate Puerto Ricans." He's like, half of my band is Mexican and stuff. Like I have no problem.
I can't be racist. I got friends who are black. Same shit.
oh
Doesn't
yeah,
matter.
he's always got black friend.
People treat their
He
band.
makes fun of himself. Like, yeah, he's a weird guy, but he is kind of funny. That joke was kind of over the line, though. I will say that.
His show is the biggest internet comedy show on the internet, or whatever.
It's one of the biggest podcasts. Yep.
Biggest live.
I got a funny news article I want to share. What happened? There we go. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you can hear? Okay. Check this out, guys. Hold on. Screen.
Figure it out.
I'll even read it out for you guys. Be like a Christmas story. Hamilton police execute search warrant on tent. Hamilton police execute a search warrant on a tent in Montgomery Park after receiving complaints about individuals suspectedly of dealing drugs and in possession of a firearm. On December 20th, 2024, shortly after 6 a.m., Hamilton police executed a search warrant at the assistance of the emergency response unit. The male was arrested nearby and possessed a prohibited weapon. The male was charged with drugs and weapon-related offenses. The tent was equipped with a generator. Yes, you heard that right. The tent was equipped with a generator, TV, and a secure safe where cache and quantity of drugs was located. Crazy.
Wait, you need to keep scrolling down a little bit further.
Oh, sorry.
So they mentioned all the different drugs, but they also mentioned police
Oh,
also located a raccoon roaming around the inside of the
oh
tent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. Police also located a raccoon roaming around the inside of the tent, which was kept as a pet. City of Hamilton Animal Services was contacted to take the raccoon.
Poor
He's
raccoon.
also facing
Like,
he's also facing charges of keeping a prohibited animal in accordance with city bylaw.
My neighbor, my neighbor that used to own a tiger and black bears also owned raccoons. He kept them in corn cribs and they were vicious as fuck.
Yeah, no
oh,
shit.
normally vicious. They're normally pretty
I've
chill.
been in the same. I would go in the same building as the black bears, but not the raccoons.
I mean,
Uh,
they
That
treat
one
them
was
well,
weird that would
because
feed
like
out of your
raccoons
hand.
are honestly pretty chill, to be perfectly honest. Like,
people say the ones that got rescued. People say as they get older that their instincts start kicking in more, and they do get a little bit more aggressive.
yeah, they
Yeah,
just get a little bit. I mean, they're not really allowed to have as a pet. I wouldn't really recommend them as a pet. They're a wild animal. You should let them have their fucking life, honestly. But like as neighbors, basically, as animals that roam the outside world, they're really not that aggressive. Like people say, oh, they're gonna kill your cat, or no, they're not gonna kill your fucking cat. Probably your cat will kill a raccoon, to be honest. Your dog will kill a raccoon for sure. Raccoons will defend themselves, that's for sure. They've got decent claws, honestly. They're fairly bright and they work together and stuff. So they'll definitely defend themselves if they're like cornered and stuff. But they're not a lion. Like a lab could just kick the shit out of a raccoon. It's no contest. Like it's just not even a contest. I mean, honestly, like a Jack Russell Terrier could probably kick the shit out of a raccoon, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's like they're not that vicious of an animal. Um, they're not that dangerous. Like you could drop kick a raccoon 10 yards. Fuck, it's really it's not a dangerous animal to a person. Like if you were small or old or something, I can understand it. But if you're of able body, the raccoon is not a danger to you.
I've always wanted a pet skunk.
Oh,
They're
Deglander.
unfortunately one of the sweetest animals. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. They stink so fucking bad because they're
Well,
actually
that's
really
the thing.
curious and friendly.
You can get them deglanded, and then you
yeah.
got to get declawed. But you like actually you can only own them in so many states, and a lot of states actually make you get a license to own them
Mm.
because they have no homing instinct. Like if they travel away from their den, they can't find their way back, and so they get lost really easy. Plus, they have to have like a
They have
heavy green diet.
serotonin.
Like you got to feed them green food all the time, so they're expensive as hell to feed.
That
But I saw one when I was a kid. Someone had one.
I don't know about that homing thing because raccoon or sorry, skunks are known to have like whole territories, and they like I remember we used to have a where I grew up, we used to have a skunk that basically lived under our little culvert or whatever the fuck, and it was totally harmless skunk, never bothered me at all. Just kind of looked at me from a distance when I would see it, basically. But like she would go away. I think it was a mother, basically, with some babies, because we'd see the babies follow it every once in a while. Every
Oh,
like
cute.
years, I guess. I don't know. They don't live all that long now that I think about it, but for a couple of years, I guess we saw her. Um, I don't know. I kind of don't believe that no homing thing, but again, whatever. If it's true, it's true. But uh,
Skunks are generally considered to not have a strong homing instinct,
oh,
meaning if they are relocated far from their territory, they're unlikely to find their way back home,
huh,
unlike some other animals like dogs or cats.
how interesting.
Because they primarily rely on familiar scents and landmarks.
Fascinating. That
Yeah,
sounds
that's right.
like a really strange adaptation. I guess how many people are going to pick up a skunk and take it somewhere? But I mean, like, it seems like a really strange adaptation not to be able to find your house again.
Yeah, it says once while they may return to a familiar den site within their territory, once moved far away, they are unlikely to find their way back.
That's so bizarre.
I remember that was one of the reasons why they a lot of places have. Or that was one of the things why a lot of states require you get a license to own them. But some states are just outlawed just in general. I think in Texas you can own anything. You can own a fucking. I think there's more tigers in captivity in private captivity in Texas than there are in the wild, or some shit like that.
That shit
Oh,
is
all right. I thought the aliens. I thought Bud was calling us an aliens, Canada aliens for a minute. I read that wrong.
Has anyone heard about the UF or the all the drones out east somewhere or something like that?
oh, that's just sensationalized. It's just some military operation they can't
Yeah,
tell you.
it's military
Literally,
testing.
all the drones have fucking FAA legal or FAA compliant lights. Give me a fucking break. What UFOs have FAA compliant fucking collision lights?
The ones that want to trick us.
No, it's fucking ridiculous. Like seriously, if you own a drone that's over 250 grams, you have to register the fucking thing with the FAA. You have to go through there's a couple different steps. Basically, you go through the very simple step of just kind of proving you're not a complete moron, and they give you a number that you slap on your fucking bird because you're literally a pilot. You're actually a pilot when you fly a drone. So you are required to put a number, basically an FAA number on your aircraft, just like a fucking airplane. It's a fucking aircraft, basically, just a smaller one that complies to different rules, or you have to comply to different rules. And then you have to comply to certain rules. And then if you move up from that, if you get a bigger drone or if you do it commercially or whatever, then you have to go through one of several different pathways. Long story short, you learn that anytime you fly after dark, you are required to have collision lights, even in a tiny little fucking 250-gram drone. Even technically, in that non-registered sub 250-gram drone, you need to have a light at any time after dusk, actually. Wouldn't you know it, these UFO drones have fucking FAA lights on them. So give me a fucking break. I don't know, the CIA or the goddamn fucking James Bond's fucking cousin Billy. I don't even fucking know. It's one of those fucking things doing some special operation they just can't tell anyone about because you don't need to know, and that's all it is. It's
Lockheed
ridiculous.
Martin and Northrop
100%.
Grumman.
They're testing their latest whatever
What's the Russians?
birthday balloon drone.
Birds aren't real either.
Yeah, that's right. The Russians, those were Russian drones, especially
Yeah,
pigeons.
real.
Especially pigeons. That's what I was just saying to someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Like mine. Figured out, boys.
So I sent someone a package yesterday, some beans yesterday, and they got it today, which is crazy. It was the fastest delivery I've ever seen in my life. It only took a day, and I used the cheapest shipping with a tracking. They got there today. I was like, wow.
Did it cross the border or no?
No, no, Canada, same province. It just usually it takes a couple days, right? Especially busy being Christmas, and then especially I thought it'd be taking a bit longer with the strike because the
Yeah, they
strike's
got to use like pack dogs and moose, or how do they do the mail up there?
oh
Sled dogs?
sled
Like the
dog and
big barrels on the back? Or no,
drones.
those are rescue dogs.
I guess in Arizona you can order things off Walmart and maybe Amazon and get it drone delivered.
Yeah, there's some places I've seen they do that for food. I've seen this one guy. This one guy ordered like a whole bunch of food, like chicken wings and shit, and the order was so heavy that they had to split the order up between a drone, being delivered by a drone, and the person delivering the rest of the food.
I forget what podcast I was watching now, but they were showing that like Amazon and Walmart and all these companies have had patents for mobile drone what do they call them, like hubs for like fucking for like Amazon shipping, for example. They would have like a huge airship, like a big blimp. It's like looks like a big beehive with a whole bunch of little tiny doors on it, and all it is it's like
It's
drones
food
going out
tank.
every direction. And it's like they say within 5 years in some major cities, they're like 10-minute delivery could be an option. Like next day delivery isn't fast enough.
They have same day delivery.
Well, no, I said 10-minute delivery.
That's
That's because
technically
like
same day
there's
delivery.
a lot of companies that own the. If I were if my phone wasn't dangling right now, I'd show you. But
Basically what we think of when we think of the Jetsons, isn't it? Like flying cars, of course, but also like just all the whizzing, whirring robots and shit, right? Because basically what we would have is floating airships over basically every significant town. It'd probably be basically any town over 25,000 people will have their own fucking Amazon airship that'll basically be floating up there like a goddamn huge blimp, right? With a bunch of robots coming in and out of it, basically flying. It's gonna be some science fiction shit, honestly. Woof. That's weird.
Well, they do already have. They do like Shumi said too before on a previous show. They do already have the drones that deliver food because it is a college town or university or something, right, Fumi?
What are you talking about? Which town?
Where you're in Portland, they have those delivery drones walking around.
Oh, in LA they have those. A lot of those.
I thought that was where you were.
Waybot. I want to say Waybot. I guess I've seen a couple of them in Portland, but they have a bunch of them in LA.
Oh,
A
okay.
little cooler.
Incorrection.
Waybot or something.
Yeah.
There's a couple different brands I want to say, but yeah, they're basically different robot coolers, and they just kind of drive around town having food in them, I guess. Kind of weird, honestly, because I never could figure out, like, they would move so slowly a lot of times that I was like, is this thing even in a, excuse me, is it even in a hurry? I don't know. It was just so fucking weird. It was like it was like a brain dead dog running down, like just aimlessly driving down the street. It was so strange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the other thing. Like they're on a delivery, but they only can go like 3, 4, 5 miles an hour.
100%. Do you want your food like super cold? I don't know. I just
Yeah.
but you get to take a
I don't know,
picture.
peanut butter sandwiches or something, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
I seen a guy. I've also seen a guy take. You know how they have the on the cell phones, they have on the maps, they have the shit. What are they trying to say? How they have the traffic. If it's like red, it's really busy. If it's yellow, it's moderate, and if it's green or normal looking, it's like normal traffic. I seen a
Oh,
guy take over 100. I forget it was like 500 cell phones or something, and put them in.
Oh, a cart. It was all Google.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Smashed. It was in a cart, and he pulled it really slow across the road to make it look like the road was really slow.
No, all right, let me explain it. In his
Thank you.
neighborhood, he got together like 100 phones and he reported all of them to have heavy traffic. So it was deferring people away from his neighborhood for a faster route.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I need fucking tape.
I know I gotta wrap Mrs. G's present up still. Hope she didn't hear that.
Come on and hang out before Christmas.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna roll a joint in a minute. What's everybody smoking on in chat? Coldish. What? Oh,
Hmm. I can't find. I had a roll of tape and I just cannot find it.
Where it says it's smoking some of Joel's weed. You mean weed that the North Star grew, or weed that North Star bred that you grew? Both are possible.
Marshall. Smoking your mama.
Oh, yeah, we got a new cannabis lounge around me. It's pretty cool.
You get a what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
A new cannabis lounge around me.
Oh, right.
Nice.
He charges it's free to sign up, but it's $5 to get in.
A head charge?
Yeah.
Mom charges a head charge.
No. Heyo. Cheers, Ty. Vortex that he grew. That grew. That Joel grew.
Oh, no shit.
Nice.
Damn it.
Got some hash that J5 grew. The smoke of from thereof.
Nice.
Grammar.
I'm gonna roll another joint. I don't know what I'm gonna roll yet. Maybe some meat breaths. Meat breaths good. Which is bento breaths crossed with meatloaf.
What is that, a music collab?
But
Hey? Focus, Mac.
Bosco pen about these two little
Hmm.
I don't know, rubber foam, F maybe Buddhas. And I was like, oh, I'll totally use one of these Posca pens to color it. We'll see. I don't know. It's not really working out too well right now. Not good yet.
Banana Daddy. Yeah, nice. That's another strain I want to try. Banana Daddy. We don't have it here yet in Canada that I've seen. Unless
Just
someone's growing it that I don't know of.
it's just an ethos strain.
Oh, I didn't like Banana Daddy at all, to be honest. Skip that one.
Oh, look at that. Hold on. I'm gonna.
I had the breeder cut too. Like, ugh.
Wow. Very cool, hardcore. Oh no. Oh, okay, wait. What? 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 Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, Banana OG is a good one, CTC. I like Banana OG.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna taste like a peel. Is that banana peel?
I just smoked some apples and bananas for the first time.
Oh, that stuff's good too.
Compliments to Jay Fizzle.
There's no banana.
Really?
I mean, I like the old schoolness of it. There's that kind of Afghan in the back.
I like how after a couple hits of it, I can already feel it, and it really hits hard.
It's fairly strong.
Okay. That's what she said. Oh, that's. I'll have to find that. That's okay. Okay. Cheers, pardon the dank.
Up, Flora.
Here's Flora.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna smoke some super pink kush. It's gassy. Yeah, banana OG is a good one. Apples and bananas is a good one. The permanent marker is okay. I think apples and bananas is way better than that permanent marker.
Your mark is really good.
I think apples and bananas though hits harder compared to permanent marker.
I miss those old school markers back in the day that smelled or whatever, like in school. It's like they were trying to make us like hard permanent marker sniffers with the fucking like the flavored ones and shit.
Oh, those the scented ones.
Yeah, the grape ones and shit.
I remember that. Oh, wow, that's enough right there. That's not what she said. Cheers, Joseph. True pardon. That's cool, man. Let me smoke up this. Where the hell my scissors go now?
Next to
Under the
yeah,
gummy worms.
next to snatch tape mashed.
Right on. Vortex is good. I heard good things about Vortex. Guerrero.
Isn't that the shit that what's his
Steve.
name? The Wisconsin dude, fucking
Joel.
Spartan grown?
No, Joel.
or vortex. Yeah, that would. Or I mean, what am I trying to say? Subcool shit or whatever. But isn't Spartan's puke like vortex by something else?
No, it's Joel's from. Oh shit! Somebody help me out, Joel. Um, the
North
North Star. Thank you.
Star.
Yeah, North Star. Shout out to Joel and North Star, by the way. He comes and hangs out with us on Wednesdays. I don't think I will have to ask when he comes back. But I don't think we'll be doing a show tomorrow. Being Christmas Day.
Why not?
I wouldn't if we went live like
Not right now. Up to you guys.
Oh, okay. The Neo Vortex is so cool. I stand corrected. I
Oh,
thought
who
it
do
was,
you think it was, D?
huh?
Who do you think it was?
Joel.
Joel.
Hmm.
I thought it was North Star.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, but I think actually, sub bread vortex.
Yeah, that's what I
Uh,
was thinking.
there's a confusion. Grown by Joel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that for sure.
That's what it was. What's that body? Is that body wash?
It's epoxy, like it's two-part
Oh,
epoxy, and like
oh,
I've been putting like this is the second part is a hardener. And like normally I'll take like I take this fucking it's called tacky glue, and I either mix my paint with that or I mix it with fucking caulking to like get it more
Mom
yeah.
likes talking.
that get that theoc shit.
Putting the cock in the crack.
Yes.
Mom likes that.
Oh, hell.
Oh, my tape thing is not doing so well.
Dang.
My sister is gonna hate my gut.
That's funny.
What she gets for being an asshole.
All right, everyone, what's the favorite gift you've ever got for Christmas? Mine was a Fast Tracks when I was a fucking like 11. Remote control vehicle with tracks on it. That was a piece of shit because we had to replace it like 10 times because the battery would keep falling off. Return, return, return.
Sounds like my coffee maker.
I don't know. It was always exciting getting games. I had a PlayStation 1.
I had a Sony Game Gear, or
The
was it Sega
original
Game Gear?
Nintendo. 87.
Well, I had the NES.
I had
Contra.
one.
Contra, yes. That's awesome.
An Excite Bike and Paperboy. Or
Yo,
paper.
yeah, I used to love Paperboy.
Oh yeah, that's probably my favorite. My Game Boy. Both of them. My Game Boy original and I had a Game Boy Color. I was a real nerd though. You guys gotta remember, like growing up, I was not popular. Like I hung out at the card shop. I played Pokemon growing up, like the card game. Um, so we'd go to a card shop, and there was a actual Pokemon league where people were designated trainers, and you had to beat them to get badges and stuff. It was cool. For me, it was at least. And then right next door was the skateboarding shop.
In progress, Project Gold Buddha.
Ow. So we got these. Mrs. D ordered from Amazon Have you guys seen the new magnetic chargers for your phones? Where it's like the thing plugs in your phone and
They've
you
had
just,
those forever. They're not magnetic, or they're just
well, these ones,
Wireless?
yeah.
you mean
So
one that's just like a charging disc where you set your phone next to it and it
no, you plug your phone into it like you're plugging your phone into it. It's like a separate thing. It's like the little plug part you stick in your phone, and then there's the cord, and it's magnetic, and it just sticks to your the charging thing. It starts charging. We
oh,
got one
I
of
don't know.
those.
I've had charging docks or whatever that are like
Yeah, no,
induction or whatever.
these are different, but they have to go back because they're stupid. They only sent the cords and not like the actual plugs that go into the phone.
You would
Dumbasses.
think that magnets would fuck up the screen.
But it's not gonna go near the screen. It's gonna go
Magnets,
underneath,
bro, how do they work?
bottom.
Shit.
I just want a cord. I want something like my phone keeps can keep charging. That's all. So I had really bad times with phone charger cords.
I'm just gonna get a real fast charging cord.
You got to look at the numbers or the actual ratings on the shit too, because like or like you'll get like a one with two plugins on it, like for your cigarette lighter, for instance. Each one of those cords will only provide half of what a regular cord would normally provide.
But
I
I'm on.
watched a deep dive into USB cords not too long ago, and like there's definitely better ones out there.
Yeah. I haven't had Tangerine in a while. I gotta be careful with Tangerine because that gives me anxiety.
Sour
Joseph Vincent.
candy.
Oh, wait, it's parkour. Sorry. Joseph Anthony in Smash says red Pokemon games.
I only played that Pokemon stuff that Captain was talking about. It was a Thai version.
Yeah.
Nope.
Here's chat. We got lots of snow here. Fucking sucks.
How much snow is it?
Uh, too much.
We got like 6 inches here.
Yeah. The way your mother likes it, Trebek. Or
What is Trebek?
looking some Rainbow Driver. Yeah, I've heard good things about your Rainbow Driver, Red Cider. I always hear good things about your shite. Yeah, man.
Rainbow Driver is good shit. Rainbow Driver 2.0 is from Archive. They basically crossed the Rainbow Driver to their Moonbow, I want to say. Moonbow 115 or something. Or Moonbow 117 or something, which is kind of this a creamy runts, basically. I guess basically the best way to describe it would be like creamy, somewhat gas. Well, I guess runts is a little bit gassy, but really runts basically would be that moonbow, and so that rainbow belts that's already crazy candy flavored with that creamy moonbow basically improves the structure, improves the hashability, everything else. I think a little bit more stable plant. That Rainbow Belts 2.0 is exceptional from archive. Actually, really resilient. Like it's not a huge plant by any means. You have to really work at it to get a big yield. But literally, when I had my fucking catastrophe last year outdoors, where basically everything went to shit, like half the plants rotted and da 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 da. The fucking rain made it perfectly. It was fine. It was totally fine. I was smoking this incredible like Skittles candy goddamn flower a couple months later. It was amazing. Uh, surprisingly resilient. Really surprisingly resilient. Folks, hop on. I'm gonna make D the boss here. I'm gonna go smoke a joint with some friends here in a little bit, and don't know if I'll be back or not. So, folks, I might just make D the host. And then, if he wants to wrap up the show or whatever, he's welcome to. But, folks, you're welcome to hop on here. Of course, you know the drill. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. We have zero patience whatsoever. There is a zero tolerance policy. If you act out of pocket, even if you're a regular, I honestly am kind of tired of it. So, D is entitled to ban everybody if he wants to. So, nobody is able to act like a shithead. If you're not going to act like a shithead, ignore everything I just said because 95% of you don't do anything that could be called being a shithead. So I don't know why I have to say this over and over again, but we have had some assholes recently. So other than that, though, folks, you are more than welcome to hop on here and goof off, smoke a couple of joints with us. Where's the lid? Oh, I took it off already. Um, tell us what you're puffing on this Christmas Eve. If you don't celebrate Christmas because you're not Christian, because there's tons of us that are not, tell us what you're doing randomly on a freaking what is this Tuesday night? Um, come on, folks, come join us. However, if you are celebrating the holiday, it's one of the biggest holidays in the world. Um, what was it? Actually, very interestingly, we were talking about Syria. People are really worried about the new government of Syria because they're worried that it's potentially going to be a jihadist government. Actually, so far they're making really nice ovations. Whether or not that holds, of course, who knows? But for the time being, they've been really nice. Some foreign fighters, I want to say from Uzbekistan, I think it was. Um, they're part of this. What is it called? ISR. I can't remember the name of this Syrian group. But anyway, they're foreign fighters that fight with these alleged jihadis, and these Uzbek foreign fighters apparently took a Christmas tree somewhere. I can't remember the name from Homs or something. I don't remember the town. Doesn't fucking matter. They basically chopped it down. They chopped down somebody's private Christmas tree, I think it was. So these Syrian government guys basically gave them back the Christmas tree. So that actually sends a great message that they're not trying to persecute the Christians in Syria. That's a hell of a step up. Um, how did I get on that fucking subject? The fuck? Where did that come from? I
We
had a
talked a
whole
little
thing
bit
about
about it earlier.
I had a whole thing that I was going to talk about. Oh, I don't even know. I can't even possibly be that high.
Left field.
The fuck? Yeah, there was a point to that, and I don't remember now. Whatever. Oh,
Somebody,
there's a lot of people who don't celebrate Christmas. All right, now you have whatever. That doesn't explain it very much better, but yeah, whatever. That was a unique Fumidor moment right there.
somebody better clip that quick. Someone on the pre-show, I forgot to mention to you a few weeks, they were saying they were smoking the Oblivion, and they really liked it.
Oh, that might have been Jones.
Huh?
That might be Jones. There's a couple of
Yeah.
Oblivion.
Speaking of, there he is there.
Right on, Trader Jones.
And
Uh, that's the memory loss cross to the Coot Special. Wish
yeah,
I could scout out those Coot Special lines more, but whatever. Weed is good. Maybe I'll do more reading with those lines. Maybe I'll open up those lines a little bit, and that way I don't have to talk about Coot. They're just really over talking about Coot.
I miss the old park.
Say again, hardcore?
I said I miss the old curmudgeon.
Can I tell you, man? I guess he doesn't miss us. I don't understand it. Still to this day, I have no idea what his problem was, but he apparently had a problem. So it is what it is. I mean, he didn't call himself a coot for nothing, you know. I just watched Crimson Tide, and Gene Hackman at one point is talking to Denzel Washington. He's like, "What do you think? I'm some crazy old coot?" Yeah, so line. That's a banger of a movie, by the way. Shit, forgot how good it was.
All right, I used a full thing of yarn. The funny thing is, once she gets through the yarn, it's wrapped in fishing line, like 25 test.
Oh my god. Here's a good tip. If just a tip, that's what she said. If you want to get somebody good, if you want to zip tie their jacket. So you get like a whole bunch of zip ties. You zip tie the sleeves and everything, and it
Oh,
looks
you
good.
put one big zip tie on the drive shaft of the car, so it goes ting, 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 ting.
Yeah, but yeah. Joseph. Just kidding. Merry Christmas to you, Billy Martin. Merry Christmas, Joseph Anthony. You have
Yeah,
to thank the Oblivion.
glad to hear it. Yeah, that's the frustrating part of it. Those Coot special mails were great. They did what I wanted to. They basically re-enhanced some of the wildness of some of those strains. So basically, I mixed what memory loss, all obviously good work already. Memory losses from archive. What else did I cross? Forbidden fruit. Um, fuck. Now I'm forgetting a couple of the different things I had. Oh, Gorilla Glue, a few other things, right? All of those excellent weed already, of course. No argument there. That's why I use them. But wouldn't it be nice if Gorilla Glue were a little bit more resilient, stable, resistant to pests and pathogens and so on? Well, that wild coot special definitely had a lot of those resistances. Wouldn't it be nice if forbidden fruit, already a decent weed, no question about it. It has a good high and everything else. Wouldn't it be nice if it had a little bit more heady high? Boom. That Coot Special really helped a lot with that. And again, with that resilience and wildness and really just opening up the genetic pool a little bit, right? Anyway, it was good weed. I wish I could. I'm probably going to still work on it a little bit more, but I'm just going to focus on other stuff because, like I said, I'm just honestly tired of talking about that fucking bastard. Just a mean guy, honestly, just a mean fucking guy, and I should have known better. The amount of people he essentially rope-a-doped into being his friends that he would then rug pull and talk shit about for years. How many people did he talk shit about on my fucking show? And then basically he moves on to probably talking shit about me to other people and rinse, repeat, on and on and on and on. Very unfortunate. I don't know why people behave that way, but some people do. So anyway. Yeah, it's unfortunate because it's like I don't want to disavow those genetics. The weed is good, you know. I want everyone that picked up a pack of that to enjoy it. I think it's exceptional, exceptional fucking weed. I think you'll all enjoy it. You'll find keepers. You'll find stuff that you'll probably hold on to for years. I know because I found some wonderful stuff. You know, like I don't have to guess. But it's awkward to talk about it. His whole fan base, the fucking shit they made up about me, they kept saying that I had feminized his lines. Funny enough, I've never had a chance, I've never had time to feminize anything yet, much less his fucking lines. But yeah, I kept getting emails from these dipshits. Oh, you stole Coots, da, 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 da. You're selling it on fucking Seed Finder and da da da. I'm like, I fucking wish. I wish that'd be great. That'd be wonderful. I could use the money. And yet, no, that never happened. But yeah, so I wouldn't touch his fucking stuff with stolen dirt, basically, to paraphrase George Carlin. In fact, actually, I just lost TO the other day, and it's the first clone that I've ever been happy about losing. I literally was happy to lose it. I was like, fucking finally. I
I
swear to you,
can't see.
I'm done. It was a relief to lose it. It's crazy. But I'm not lying. Anyway, Hardcore says, dang, phone keeps dying. So I'm taking off. I guess I'll leave it up to you guys. Obviously, Smash probably doesn't want to stay here the whole night. So if nobody hops on, probably Smash and you're going to cut it. So, ladies and gentlemen, hop the ever-loving fuck on. DGC Jeff is saying that he's eating, then he'd like to join. Don't take too long, Jeff. I mean, obviously, I don't want to rush you because obviously enjoy your food. But folks, if you do want the conversation to keep going, this is the time to hop on.
It's already past midnight. I got my lights set on automatic timers. So
I'm
so when it's midnight, my lights shut off and I know it's time to like relax.
Right on. All right, boys. I'm gonna take off. Maybe I'll see you like again later today. Oh, we didn't finish the thought on tomorrow. D, what are your thoughts on high noon tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
If D isn't sure, then basically I'm not sure either. What do you think, Smashed?
Um, I'd be down to come on for like 30 minutes and smoke a quick one.
What do you think, D?
Yeah, I can't tomorrow. I got Mrs. D's family thing.
Well, I'll play it by ear. If I feel like launching it at noon, we'll launch it Smashed. If you feel like it, give me a text or something. Give me a shout out, and we'll
Okay.
talk for a short one. Alternately, folks, if you guys would like to meet tomorrow or something, I don't think my Proton mail works right now. I just haven't had the chance to fix it, so don't email me there. Just DM me or something, or let me know on Discord if you want to show, and we can totally get the fucking thing running. If someone else would like to run the show, for example, Bud Kilowatt or somebody would like to do it, what's Bud Kilowatt saying? He's saying, still think it was funny when Coot talked shit about Masonic, and I got him to show. I'm pissed off about that to this day, Bud. I have to be honest. The more I think about it, the more emblematic I feel like it was of Coot. Um, it would have been nice for me to be able to meet Masonic. Now I have to remember to call him Masonic, not Masonic. It would have been nice for me to be able to meet Masonic on friendly terms. Instead, he came on my show thinking that I was some jerk off that basically harbors some guy that calling him all kinds of names. And so to this day, he doesn't come on my show. Doesn't, he might be busy and everything else, but he also has no reason to come on my show because as far as he's concerned, I'm just some fucking jerk off.
The
So,
funny thing is,
and
it was
that's
the
because of
dumbest.
Coot. That is literally because of Coot. So the story goes basically, I don't think I'm revealing anything. I think Bud's talked about this a few times. That Bud basically told his friend Masonic, "Hey, this guy," because Bud was kind of new to the show at the time. He was like, "Oh, this guy I watch. There's this guy talking shit about you." And Masonic's like, "What, really?" And he hopped on, and the first thing I see, I thought it was funny. I thought it was like, "Oh, cool, Masonic's on my show." I thought I was all happy. Seriously, like this is the kind of stuff that just kills your fucking soul as a YouTuber. I swear to shit. This is the kind of stuff that just pulls the rug out from under you, and you're like, all right. And like I can't tell you how many times I've wanted to cut this fucking channel, cut this fucking show, send all you idiots off on your own, fuck off. Shit like this is what I'm talking about. The guy came on basically with his cat. I thought, oh, how funny is this is. I remember this like fucking yesterday, honestly. He's got his cat there, he's kind of massaging it like fucking Dr. Evil from Austin Powers. And I'm like, hey, Masonic, what's going on? And he fucking lays into Coot for basically telling him to suck his dick because that's what Coot was telling Messiah. He was like, "Oh, you can suck my dick. Da, 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 da. You can blow me. No, you can blow me." That's what he said. You can blow me. So to this day, Masonic, if he knows me at all, knows me as some jerk off that had this other fucking old jerk off on his show. It's, you know, emblematic of Coot. Emblematic. Welcome back, Hardcore.
Cheerio.
It was all over a meeting too. It was stupid.
It was all over what?
A Dave, a Strayed.
Oh my God, because Coot thinks TO is the best thing in the history of the fucking world.
Masonic used the one and called it the two.
It's not. It's not.
I Nothing against any, like, you know me, I want to stay out of the drama as much as possible now. But I grew, I believe it was Coot Special to the Hawaiian, and I really
But he
didn't
was
like
calling
it.
that Pakalolo, I want to say.
Yeah, I wasn't my cup of tea.
Yeah, I don't think I remember you didn't find any keepers. I don't think anyone really found any keepers out of that. Um, Coot had a fundamental disrespect for breeders as a group. He had a couple breeders he liked, Jordan of the Islands, a couple other ones, but basically he thought the concept of cannabis breeding was total garbage, and as a result of that, he also assumed that he was basically the world's best breeder. That's just it's not true. There is actually quite a bit to plant breeding, quite a bit to cannabis breeding, and so on. And when you start something from the perspective that you know better, you're really never going to learn, and you're never really going to produce, I would say, good results, honestly. And so it doesn't surprise me that he didn't really produce great results, and that the great results he did produce were somewhat accidental from the past. There's no reason he couldn't produce good weed, none whatsoever. He has the knowledge. Obviously, all of us that have any organic fucking growing knowledge basically got it from him, but he has such a lack of respect for cannabis breeding as a concept that it's just going to always hold a person like that back from that, in my opinion. Whatever. We should stop talking shit about that guy. He's not on here, so why am I talking shit about him?
He's a wealth of knowledge. Oh, I'm saying.
He fucking was. Holy shit. It drives me absolutely up the wall that 99% of the shit I know about organic this, organic that, organic something else either came from him or came from someone that somehow got it from him. Like it's probably not exaggerating to say that. Maybe a little bit, but not much, honestly, because he basically took a lot of the really obtuse, obscure Cornell shit that basically was developed 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago, and basically distilled it into idiot terms for a bunch of stoners. That was pretty useful. So, infuriating that he just a bit chill.
Plus barley.
What's that? The
You got me
fucking
addicted to barley.
right there. If he did nothing else but tell us about barley, that would be worth it. I'm not even exaggerating.
Hey, Mr. Scotto.
Sure, there we go. This papers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop talking shit about Coot. We'll let him live his life because apparently he wants to. So, folks, join the show. Hop on, talk not shit like we just foolishly did. Come talk about good things, positive things, weed, Christmas presents. I don't know where the fuck Santa is if you just saw him. Because of course we are supposed to be tracking him after all. Very serious business. Tell us about your Christmas munchies. I mean, Christmas cookies, all that kind of stuff. People always talk about the Christmas 15. Tell us about how you're gaining your Christmas 15, ladies and gentlemen, and we will meet again. Cheers, Mr. Scotto. Merry Christmas, buddy. Good to see you. We'll have to get together and puff one of these days.
Or I gave J5's mom my Yule log in her stocking.
Uh-oh. Ayo. That's
Oh, I can't
cool.
say that. He's not going to defend himself.
Nice job on that hardcore. That's awesome looking. Pardon the dank. What are you doing? Pardon the dank. You should be over here hanging with us instead of having his own show going.
Figured.
Just joking. Cheers, everybody in chat. I'm about to smoke some meat breath. Meat breath. Meat breath. Yeah. Thank you. We'll have to get some more of this. This stuff's pretty cushy. I like the taste of it. It's got that meat taste too.
What type of meat?
Man meat.
You
I
got
mean,
anything else eating bacon up there?
anyway, I just ate. That's what I had for dinner. I had Christmas bacon. You can tell I'm non-Jewish. I'm having Christmas bacon.
I just had a pork chop
Nice.
on the grill.
Right on. Yeah, we ate a pound of bacon. So good. Mm.
Plenty of syrup with your bacon then, or what?
No, sir.
What?
Just-
Call yourself a Canadian?
No, we don't put everything maple syrup on everything. You know, like steak, French fries, spaghetti sauce. Or cook like
Maple nut ice cream. That's something I haven't had in a while.
another good one. They used to do this thing here. I don't know if they do it still or not. We have some woods that produce maple syrup, Ontario maple syrup. But you can go over there and they have a store and everything, and they make that. They do it in Alaska actually too. They'll pour maple syrup in the snow, and it'll freeze, and you put a stick on it or something, and then they eat it. They got that there, I think.
A syrup sickle?
Mm. Mm. I guess so. I can't exactly think what they are right now. Okay, we're not going to talk any more crap about anybody else. You don't want them coming on the show. CTC. I'm just kidding, buddy. Looks like an eating alien. What's everybody smoking on? Besides your mama.
Debating on whether to switch to hash again or to fucking
Ooh, I got
smoke
some hash
more bubble gum.
somewhere. I got a bunch of hash. Here's one anyway. Oops. I love how they cut this. Cut it perfect. Yeah, man.
Where's
Moroccan.
Jeff at?
Hey? What was that hardcore?
I was wondering where Jeff was at.
Uh, HCD.
And why isn't Bud showing us his fucking godlike fucking status over there?
Rainbow Belts 2.0. We were just talking about the Rainbow Belts, Mr. Scotto. I think we're talking about we're talking about we weren't talking about duct tape. But we were talking about rainbow belts.
Wasn't that like a level on fucking Mario Kart or some shit?
I don't know, that's very cool under a black light though, dude.
Yeah, it should pop a lot more in a couple seconds in a minute here.
That's what she said. I might go make one of those meals that I bought from the grocery store. There's a jerk chicken. There's Jeff there. We'll let him in. There's a jerk chicken one or something, and then there's an Indian curry one. I might try the curry. I've been hankering for some Indian food again lately. Oh, it's raining in San Diego. We can send you some snow if you want, bud. We got plenty of it. We can share with you. I'm sure California would love snow.
They got snow in California.
What's that?
There's snow in California.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Not a lot, but I mean they got like Mount Shasta
There's
and
a big surfing competition going on in Hawaii right now, and the Santa Cruz Pier just knocked over.
Aloha. Aloha to our Hawaiian watchers.
that's where I hopped on in the ocean for the first time was at Santa Cruz. and it was in March, so like there was no one that was at, there's like the only people that were even at the beach was like a half a dozen people playing volleyball. Like no one was in the water. My buddy was telling me if it were the middle of summer right now, there'd be like thousands of people here. But I didn't care. I wanted to jump in the ocean, so I jumped in the ocean like right next to the pier. And some homeless dude came up yelling at me like, "Are you fucking crazy, dude? Fucking!" Because apparently it was like just about to reach high tide or something like that, and like there's a bunch of seals that hang out the
Yeah,
pier.
sea lions.
Yeah, sea lions, and like apparently like once the tide comes high up enough, they're forced to dive off the pier, and the sharks all wait for them at that time. And apparently I hopped in the water right when it was like just about to be feeding time for the shark.
Oh, fun.
But it was cold as shit. I just like dove into like a wave and then like ran back out again.
Good thing you didn't get eaten by a shark.
Yeah, hopefully we're wearing some different colors. Like, yeah, they say like the black wetsuits, can look like seals or sea lions. So yeah, they get.
Brown
The
fur.
only thing flopping around in there.
I used to live near there. I used to go to that pier a lot. There's a like an amusement park kind of thing there,
Yeah,
right there too.
yeah, like a roller coaster is the only thing I can
Yeah,
remember.
some rides and games. Yeah, and
And then there's
food.
like an OHV park not too far away from there too, I think. We stayed in a little hotel right on the beach,
Uh-huh.
little
Yeah,
motel
it's
that
cool.
like
There's lots of little beaches over there. It's really cool. Watsonville too. Somebody died near
Son of a beach.
Watsonville over
the strawberry capital of the
there. It's
world.
like right near Monterey Bay.
Yeah,
Monorail.
I used to live in Hollister when I lived out there. It was like straight in from the Monterey Bay,
Uh-huh. Killer
and like
aquarium.
kind of in that
It was a good.
Watsonville, Gilroy area,
Uh-huh. Yeah, Gilroy.
and then Hollister Hills and shit. It was kind of a cool
Scott
town to live
Scotts
in.
Valley had that tornado a little while back. That's near there.
I know that
That's up
salmonella
in the
outbreak.
hills above Santa Cruz.
Or what's the other thing? There's Gilroy is the
Yeah, Happy Valley. Yeah, yeah, Happy Valley, right. Really? You mentioned that's a tiny town,
Gilroy's
but you go
the
through it, I guess.
garlic capital of the world. They
Yeah,
have the garlic festival or some shit.
I think we went to that one time.
Like even when you're there, when all the like when they're still because garlic goes underground, like like an onion and shit. And even when they're not, when it's like when they're all in the ground, it's just reeks like garlic everywhere. Kind of crazy.
But it looked like it broke off like I remember like the last restaurant was this, it used to be this seafood restaurant that was there for a while. It kind of
The
looked
pis-
like it was still it, like, and then the pier broke off after that, like where
Maybe
you
I'm
could
thinking of
walk and I
Pismo.
guess car, like you drive onto the pier. I mean, it's like permanent.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe.
I think it was like a toll. There was like a toll gate too, or some. Yeah, like not everyone can go on that. I guess just businesses maybe, or maybe you had to pay or something also or something. But yeah, but I remember there's a lot of sea lions and starfish too. A lot of starfish.
Yeah, because I was just gonna say that I saw a kid caught a starfish on his fishing
Uh-huh.
line, and like
Cool.
he was sitting there trying to like, but he was scared to take it off the line, and like there's a whole crowd of like just tourists like me gathering around, like, wow, cool, it's starfish moving around.
Was it orange?
I can't remember. I've got a video of it on my Facebook, I think, from like, I mean, that was like 15 years ago or something.
Was it orange? And then there was like a little place where yes, surfers look like you like to go, like right near there. It would
Yeah,
break
I
well.
see. I'd always see these. One time that we were out there, there was a one-legged dude that was teaching fucking surfers like they were on the in the sand on the beach or whatever,
Oh,
and he was like teaching them how to get up on the off and on the board and shit.
Uh-huh.
But he was either one leg or one arm. I can't remember, but
Huh. Yeah, a little bit. Black Beach was another beach. Was
Pismo Beach was another one that I liked. They had the Pismo clam chowder.
5% Jamaican food.
Some jerk.
Jerk chicken.
But that's crazy weather. That pier was pretty permanent, like I don't know how many. It's kind of like part of Venice kind of floating away or
That
something.
morning move
It's what it reminded me of. Like it must have like so many piers in the underneath that. Must be like Venice. Everything's propped up on piers or poles.
Yeah, I
Yes.
want to say that going. I get Santa Cruz and Pismo Beach both kind of confused in my head.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, isn't that a little south or something? That's with the golf course, famous golf
Yeah,
course. I think that, yeah,
I
but it
think
is
and
somewhere up
Pismo's the one
there.
that's got the sand dunes next to it.
I think so. Yeah, it's a nice area up there. Yeah, Monterey. Yeah.
Then there's a town that Clint Eastwood was the fucking mayor of that. It's just like basically one giant community, gated community. It's all just these rich homes and shit.
In
No,
California, because
Yeah,
wasn't he was something in Colorado? I thought too. Well, back in Carmel,
Carmel, that's what it was. Yeah.
Bill.
it's Colorado.
Then
My
there was
my
also a
my buddy and I thought we saw him once. That's why actually remember. We were driving to Colorado, and for whatever reason, I don't know. I forget why he thought it was like a nice Mercedes too. And I don't know if he like saw the drive or he was like, "That's Clint Eastwood." I don't know why. He was convinced like we were behind him. He's like, go closer. He's like, yeah, he just became mayor of this a town near here. And he was talking about it.
and the other
That
thing
was
he
way
was like,
back.
Hey,
because
bud. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
to add on to I guess the pier went down up there, but like 2 days ago they started Mavericks. That's the big wave. So, and then I think it's a record this month. The most, what do they call it? Uh, red. No,
walls.
basically there's a term for when the waves are. Uh, it's called red. Fuck, I can't remember. But
A
pipe
squall?
pipe masters went off last week. The Eddie, which is invitational, they don't even run it every year at YMA. It basically has to be 20 foot or over. They ran that Sunday, the Eddie, and the God, what's the term? Red.
Typhoon?
No, it's like a surf term. Surf fine. When the conditions are something that's called red, but there was more red. Usually it's maybe one or two places of, the surf spots around the world would be big swells at the same time. Oh, this month it's been going off like everywhere. Nazareth,
Code red, code red.
North Shore, yeah, North Shore, uh, just epic, huge surf.
Red wave? No.
Hey D,
Or
the
red tide.
teenager
There's
from
red tide.
Canada,
That's
Aaron
the
Brooks,
quality.
that kind of like came on this pro surf scene last year. I think she's only like 16 or 17 from Canada. Yeah, she won Pipeline.
Crimson
Caught this
wave?
monster wave.
It's
Yeah,
the Crimson wave?
Hang on.
yeah.
What
The
is it?
Canadian
Crimson wave?
won Pipeline. Well,
Can't hang.
she lives most of the year in Hawaii since she was a kid, but she's a Canadian.
Right on.
A code red, yeah.
Yeah, code red. That's what they call it. Pipe Masters was last week, and it was epic, huge, just monster wave. And the Eddie yesterday was 16 to like 25 feet closeout, which, is big wave surfing. And Mavericks, yeah, these places, there's kind of contest at them, but it's not like it's a certain date or even a year. It's just when the waves happen.
Yeah.
Somebody just broke the record at Nazareth, like over 100-foot wave.
Red Sonar. You know, that's good snowboarding.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't control the waves. I mean, there's certain spots in the world where you can kind of guarantee it more
Well,
or less. It seems,
yeah,
but
some
There's guys that
seasons the tour, yeah, they're just out of sync, you know, because they have like a waiting period, usually 2 weeks, where they have to get the event in that period. But sometimes, like a couple years ago, pipe was just flat. So they end up
there's guys
surfing
that
no matter what. That's sometimes what makes it the champion is that they can surf in all conditions, even 1 foot.
there's a guy that surfs in Lake Superior in the winter every year. They call him like the Iceman or something like that. He's got a big giant beard that just turns into like a giant icicle.
Yeah, I've seen whatever Instagram post of surfers that surf some crazy places as far as cold weather.
Or I just watched something where they did. God, what was it? They dropped they dropped something in the water that made a huge wave, and then some guy like surfed that wave. I just saw
huh.
the like, a short video. I can't remember what it was though.
I was just thinking like they can make snow, like if there's not enough snow at an event.
Yeah,
They
they
make
use
snow
that.
here all the time at the ski resorts.
Yeah, but yeah, waves hard.
Oh, this smells so
But
good.
this crazy. I saw racing with like those jetpacks on YouTube. A
Yeah.
video of that. People racing around the track with those with jetpacks, and like lots of padding. One guy crashed.
We're seeing the drone races,
What's
like with the
that?
little mini drones, like arena drone
Oh yeah,
racing.
I can't even see it though. Yeah, I can't even see him. It's
Those
so
things are
fast,
crazy.
too fast.
Yeah, they got to show it like they used to have to do with the hockey, like the hockey puck, you know, where they like highlight the hockey puck. So you can see it on TV.
Oh yeah, they used to do that all the time. I think they got rid of that, didn't they?
I don't know. I haven't watched hockey since the North Stars were a team.
Yeah, I don't
Uh,
watch hockey much either.
I also saw auto racing with they had kind of big tires and was like just an oval. But at one spot in the oval, there was a big ramp. Everybody had to go over this ramp, and they'd be flying in the air. It's part of the race. They just go one at a time on this ramp.
You ever seen
That's
the
crazy.
trailer like where they race with the boat and they do it
Was it
backwards?
minivans?
I don't know.
Or
Jeff,
the best of those the mountain bike races like down in like Bolivia or Peru or Brazil or wherever the hell that is, or they go down this giant mountain and it's like there's people like lying down the streets and the alleys all the way, and they're like going downstairs and shit.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Actually,
That's
I
crazy.
think one of the cooler things, what is it called? It's like it's a suit that they fly with, like Red Bull sponsors these guys. Where what's that called? It's like has like wings, but they basically
Oh, the
fly. What's that called?
wingsuit or not the
I think just wingsuit, isn't it?
Uh,
Yeah, Red Bull sponsors some crazy things.
if it wasn't
yeah,
for
it's not
Red
a
Bull
wingsuit though.
sponsoring all these like sport things like across the
They do
board
crazy
from,
ones. Like the what is it?
I
The
always think like do they make that much profit off of that drink? They have a Formula One team,
Yeah, they do.
which you know car manufacturers have for Formula One, Mercedes,
what's the one
Ferrari.
where you like you ride a bed down a hill or some shit?
Oh, they do some
They do
like
BMX for
ones too,
in a BMX in an arena that's
but a
hot, hanging
few of
from
the
a
things
hot
they
air balloon
sponsor
in the air.
are things that the people that do it would have no other support other than that.
Yeah,
And
and
one
that's
thing
cool.
with
They
the
do.
Red Bull sponsorship, like even in
Oh,
skating and surfing, that's the best one because they pay the most and take care of you the best if you get picked up by Red Bull.
They do have a ton of money. They were
Well,
like
I
the
mean,
first
I
first
don't
of the
know what
energy
their
drinks.
whole business is, but it seems like that energy drink has a pretty much competition, and I
Well,
guess it's
Monster, they
that
also have teams
profitable
too.
that
They
they
don't have
can sponsor billions of dollars worth of shit a year. I mean, Formula One's probably $1 billion a year.
It goes back to I don't know, maybe even the '80s or something. Like Red
Well,
Bull has wings, just those simple commercials.
yeah.
Don't you remember that? Like way back, maybe in the '80s.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, I mean,
Someone's
even
stealing.
surfing, pro surfing, basically how you made money was competitive surfing years ago. Now there's a sector, it's probably better, bigger, and more talent in what we call free surfing, which is more than Red Bull sponsors. But Red Bull's, oh, the best people end up with Red Bull sponsorship, and that pays for their free, well, enables them
go
to
on sessions
free
and
surf.
have a cameraman.
Yeah.
It says they sell about 12 billion cans a year.
Yeah, but they also are an entertainment company. They're making money off YouTube, Instagram, all that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got real athletes.
I mean, if you look at Formula One, they're like a drink company that is, well, they're dominated. I mean, Verstappen's won every fucking race for a couple years. They have associations with manufacturers in the engines,
Well,
but for the
NASCAR is
most
like
part, they're
sponsoring shit
competing
for.
against manufacturers that then the money they spend is R&D and goes into the future of the car company. Red Bull, yeah, like, I mean, out of all the things they sponsor, oh, Formula One's a big one. And to be the top team over the years, that's the bottom line is whoever's the top spends the most. That's the only way you're
Hi,
on
Moo.
top.
So I got a pair of uncles that they raced professionally raced snowmobiles back in the '70s, and my my grandpa was a small engines teacher at a tech school, and so like they both ran these super souped up sleds, but they were just farm boys, and like he would tell me stories where they would go to, they call it the World Series of drag racing, where they would go on, it would happen on lakes, and like they'd pull up to this lake and to the pit area, and it would be all these team fucking semis, like the fucking Yamaha team sports and fucking all these big corporate branded teams or whatever. And they pulled up in their pickup truck, and they were wearing leather boots with fucking you know farm gloves and fuck like know no sponsored gear or anything. And my one uncle like got first place in it, and his
Well, when I was racing shifter carts, when I was a kid, my dad at a garage sale or something, we bought this like enduro cart that was meant for, it was like lay down, and it had two McCulloch chainsaw engines on it that I forget the model number. It was like the standard, and they were two stroke, and those things were just, they didn't have like a bandwidth. They were just full on or not. But when I started racing cars, basically the engines that are less money and work the best are the YZ, KZ, the 125s from motorcycles.
KX.
There's a bunch of engine companies, Road Tax,
Road Tax is Bombardier.
that make kart engines that are super expensive.
They make snowboards too. And
The
they
road
made
tax is top.
ATV dirt
Like
bikes
almost
and
top
Can
of all.
Well, there's Perilla, there's Rotax, they're all European for the most part.
I think Rotax is Canadian. I think they're Bombardier, or maybe that is French.
Yeah, no, it is Bombardier. Yeah,
because they make Skidoo snowmobiles, and they also do KTM dirt bikes. Because my brother owned, or no, ATK dirt bikes. My brother owned an ATK, and that had one, and then my other neighbor had a Can-Am dirt bike, and that had a
Road
Rotax.
tax engines are in a lot of snowmobiles.
well, over the years, I still had a cart and a couple built engines, but I remember it was talk that it was going to happen, but it happened. Two strokes are banned. So yeah, all the stuff I raced with basically is worthless because it's two stroke.
I can remember
Can't
when
run two stroke.
I used to go to the Supercross races all the time back in the day when like Jeremy McGrath and Jeff Emig were the big headliners. And the first guy, because everyone, there used to be like the 250 Open was like the class to beat, you know, that's where all the money was and all the fame was. And they started letting in four strokes into the class. And like the first year, the only person that had a four stroke that was ever made it to the finals was Doug Henry on a YZF 400. And like you didn't even have to look, you open your eyes, you could like just close your eyes and hear where he was on the track, like versus everyone else. Kind of crazy.
Well, I've gone to a few Supercross over the years and watch it. It took me years to get used to the 450 sound, like when they first transitioned,
It
because
was a YZF
yeah,
400.
dirt bikes were basically that two stroke.
Yeah, 250.
And yeah, I love the smell of two stroke in the morning.
It smells like,
That's
smells
what
like
she said.
garbage bag, like fresh, like a box of garbage bags. That high octane fucking VP racing gas.
Jerked off.
God, who was it
But
that used
now
to
it's
race?
like everybody runs the four strokes. Now the basically guys are switching to electric bikes. Some
Oh,
people,
fucking of course. There's no comparison
especially
for
in the
sport.
X gate stuff. The electric bike has more torque and whatever you
Yeah,
can.
you get off the line way faster than traditional. Like with an
But
electric
like when
engine,
you when you don't have the sound, yeah, like the sound is associated with, you know,
they
especially
make
for
a
me, I'm
sound.
60 years old, so I've been hearing that sound.
That power band, man.
They make a sound. I mean, the electric one's like,
Well,
if nice, if it's
yeah,
a big electric engine, they zip. It's like,
even the dragster
Yeah,
race,
yeah.
they're still, they haven't changed. But yeah, that sound, oh, I love that sound and that smell.
You
Like
watched
being
like
a
the
race
year,
fan, the smell of the different engines is part of it.
you ever watch a European motorcycles? I don't know if it's the TT trials or whatever, but they're bikes that like
the Isle of Man.
where they have like
Oh,
the
where
fence
they could ride
right on
on rocks
the
and
they're
do
like
all this crazy shit. Yeah,
they're bunny hopping around and shit, and they like jump up
yeah,
onto like obstacles and shit.
yeah. That's some gnarly skills, actually.
Crazy. Or the hill climbs. They got like a
Yeah,
Hill
10 foot.
climb.
I watch all motorsport.
Hill climbs.
I love motorsports.
I like
Even that one island that they race, I guess it's, wait, what's it called? That's where
Pretty
the
cool.
track is
Random.
around the road of the island. That is so gnarly, and they go so fast, and it's a
You
street
got the Baja.
sport. What's that one called? It's every
They
year.
started this.
I think it's in Ireland or something.
There's the
You
Baja
really got
5.
me Lucky Charms.
What was the
Well,
race
being
that
from San Diego, the Bajas, they've kind of
that's the one
died
that
off.
Hunter
It still
Thompson went
goes
to?
on, but
Fear and
it's
Loathing?
like it's not like the old days where um, they have this the old rock because well, some of it is cartel issues and safety and a whole bunch of things running the
My
Bajas.
neighbor ran that with his KX 500 back in the day.
I like good old fashioned camel races.
My mechanic guy, that's what he does. Like he's an old guy, but he's run the Baja and other endurances. That's his hobby. Yeah,
I
it's
had
like a
some older
crawler.
kids that
If I was gonna do anything, I'd probably do rally racing, or I'd build a car strictly for the Bonneville salt flats and go as fast as physically fucking possible.
Well,
Camel
yeah, I guess that
I've
would be
seen
kind of boring,
I've
wouldn't
seen
it?
gorillas ride golf carts. That'd be cool. Cool watching a race of gorillas
perfect
golf
swim.
carts.
Like ultimately, when I was kart
What if they
racing,
get
it was
good?
all about the corners and setting up your chassis and your engine to easy in, hard out. That
Kart
was
racing.
the way to be fast.
Swinging that ass end around, man. That's the best
Yeah,
feeling.
that's fun. It's fun just flooring it too. Yeah,
What we need
I
is
had
some
a,
Well,
I had a
my
Yamaha
story
van.
is,
steering it out of
as a kid, we had this go kart that had a chain and lock. But after school, we figured out a way to drive it. The neighbors would tell my dad, and I would deny it. And it was so fast you couldn't even turn it around in the alley. You'd have to do donuts. But my parents never. I wanted to be in racing. I knew that kart racing existed. I'd seen it a couple times. But when I was like 30 something, I was driving on the past the Indian reservation. There's this other Indian reservation called Imago. It had the beat up this track ever. You could rent a cart for, I forget how many laps, top cart for $100. I did that. Coming out of the second lap onto the straightaway,
Okay.
that was the ultimate rush. I've been chasing rushes since I was a kid, mainly with dope. When I got into kart racing, I realized, holy shit, you have control of your adrenaline and all that stuff. And coming out of that corner in a power slide, totally in it, I was like, that's it. And for I don't know how many years, I raced, won championships, spent a ton of money, even though I was sponsored. Because once I started racing, I realized if you're going to win, you can't worry about money. You have to have double part. You have to have a team.
How often did you change tires?
Well, pretty much.
For a race, was it always new?
Well, you would have to start the heat or maybe even qualifying with a set of tires or a couple sets for the day that they would mark. And even that was like there was ways to put substances on your tires, and it was a way to cheat. And they were Bridgestone, or each race series had a different tire. You go through a lot of
I
like
had
even when I practiced, I had to practice on new tires because practicing on old tires, that's not going to help you at race day. And you had to manage your tires. We used to put nitrogen, their air, to keep them from the mains for like 30 minutes or whatever laps, 30 minutes. The heat's rolling like 10 minutes. 30 minutes, the tire goes through a whole change. And, you know, basically wears out or gets hot toward the end. And pressures is everything. Like we would take a tenth, 2/10 of a pound of pressure out, trying to adjust the handling. It was crazy. I miss it, but I'm too old for it. But no, there's a class. I remember when I was doing it, there's these old guys. I thought it was kind of stupid.
Hardcore.
Most of them were overweight and weren't even competitive in, they just did it. Like they just do the laps. They'd be 2 laps behind. And I'm competitive, so even how I did good, I wasn't an athlete, which everyone else was. I smoked cigarettes and coffee. I did it through adrenaline. Sometimes when you pull.
Now he muted himself. All right, I'm gonna get out of here, boys. Have a great night. Happy holidays.
Later, Smash.
Yeah, see you. Have a good one.
Feliz Navidad. Happy Kwanzaa. Smashed.
Yeah, bud, you're muted and blacked out. Huh? That's weird. Hey, so I made a go at the rosin factory, Willy Wonka and the rosin factory. Although it didn't like when I said Willy Wonka, I had to take that out of the
Or
context.
making some AI
My
pictures or
my
what?
first yeah, my first go at AI, but you know, it only gave me like two or three before my time limit was up. You know, so
What were you using?
something in ChatGPT. Oh, it was
Image creator?
no
Copilot?
no Da Vinci no was the one Da Vinci the first one that was
Dolly?
big, yeah,
Dolly?
Dolly, yeah, that's it, Dolly,
Yeah, because you can
yeah.
just download the Bing app on your Android, and then you can just get
You know, I'll try that.
Oh,
yeah, then you go out either on Copilot or Image Creator, and
It
like
was fun. It was my first.
and if you run out of coins because they give you so many tokens, you just gotta like click on it, or they probably fix it. It used to be a glitch where you could just like if your picture wasn't loading right away, you could just click on the token to redeem the token, and then press OK, and then like refresh the page, and then it would pop up right away. I don't know.
there we
It
go.
was fun playing with it.
It's been a little while since I've been on it again, but
If you look closer, like all the faces are just like blurry, like not really human. And I don't know. It's a weird picture that it made. Like one guy's on a bicycle
Ooh.
doing something in the rosin, and the other people are like, I don't know. Like I gave it a description of like fill up straw like items like for vape pens. I was like, fill up these straws.
Uh,
it made it quite. I made quite a few cool looking like anthropomorphic weed people and shit back when I was fucking around with it.
It was fun. Yeah, it was kind of fun. This first time I tried something that was kind of complex, more than I really wanted to do something.
I
A
made a bunch of pictures
goal.
for the Wednesday show too,
Cool.
or for my these truck toppers I want to make.
So there's Rosin River anyway. The guys
uh,
scooping it up, processing
room.
it.
I can see Bud showing some shit off, huh?
Yeah, the real shit. The real rosin factory.
This is
God, I envy you so much.
this new strain, real fuel.
Bonsoir.
I'm not good at describing the smell, but it's fucking gnarly. It comes from Michigan, Doug Bud.
Big for Christoph. Mon ami.
All they want for Christmas is Bud's grow room.
I want some Bud's Bud.
Just some Bud.
That's all I want. Some apples and bananas from Bud.
No, that's it. The last room had the last apples, bananas.
Oh,
Oh
It came
God, I'm
out
drooling.
killer. Even
that.
why we discontinued it was it started having like well, we ran it for 3 years, 4 years from clone, and it started having variations. Like sometimes it grew puffier, bigger buds, but they weren't as resiny. And other times it would be these smaller, tight ass nuts. So we got rid of it. Plus, customers are just over the same stuff. Right here, I got. Let's see. This is the cream, which I got back. These are the new genetics that I'm. This is Young Mouth from Archive. That's Bruce Banner. There's an OG, a Gelato, and a Gary Pate. I took clones from these that were the clones and just turned them back. like 4 weeks ago to hopefully have some idea of these strains before I commit any further. I already have like 6 to 8 clones of each one. But I'm only really trying to find one other variety.
Cool.
You're not worthy.
Huh.
And I have the Pancake Wilson Starburst. And over here, I have a Star Fruit Starburst, which is almost finished, but it didn't stretch. I don't think it's an indoor strain.
Gotta climatize it.
It smells good.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm about to roll up some DNA cake from DNA Genetics.
Nah.
Well, looks good.
Not very strange. If anyone's computer, by the way, or feed's lagging, all you have to do is refresh. Mine seems to be lagging, so I don't know if anyone else is having that problem.
Yeah, that happens once in a while. Yeah, get out of it and restart it. Yeah.
I know it happens quite sometimes on some of the other lives I watch. Especially when there's like thousands of people watching.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Amazing you can do that. Remember, like, there was a time when, like, yeah, there'd be lags or buffering.
That's not
There was also like what they call it, like when things was
Fair
prioritized.
access policy. Like if you're on satellite, you only got so much
Bandwidth.
per 24 hours, like Usenet. So to download music, you'd have to get this other thing to like not put you over the cap. Because if you went over, it was like they penalized you. Take
And then they throttle you too, but slow you down.
Yeah,
Usenet.
throttling.
Terrible. Or direct way that turned into Usenet.
I remember when
Even when I
college.
played poker, like on full tilt, what was it? Latency. So a couple times things happen where
I like the Pokemon.
I couldn't act because it like froze. And key time for the end
I
of
remember that shit.
the game. And then
Oh.
yeah, it turned out because I was on satellite, there was this little bit of latency. This is part of that.
That used to happen to me on like Poker Stars, wherever the hell it was.
Yeah.
Huh.
It used to happen on game night too, where's game whatever happened to game night? I haven't played All Bad Friends in like a year.
This room's on day 55.
Nice.
This tray slaps, which it's getting purple.
Oh, never mind.
Buds all they seem to have like the same structure, you know. Like I like that structure too, where it's like pine cones and dense like indica type, well, big, probably big calyxes. Can't really tell.
Well, a lot of it we defoliate plants mainly because it's not even worth the trimmer's time and what it costs us to do any pieces like that. Because I didn't grow this way till, well, this place has been this way for a few years. My old spot, yeah, I didn't do it that way. But what you take off from the bottom, you see in density on the top. Right? They don't have to support the lowers and pieces that aren't even in the right light to be healthy. This room, I'm overdue. I have to do foliate. I've been putting it off. Might do it tonight. These were only about this tall when I put them in.
Nice.
Well, stretch used to be like a hindrance at my old place, or my place. Here, we use it. We only bed for like 3 weeks. And a lot of why I think they blow up so much, they beds under 315s and then move into flower 1,000 watt.
Do you miss HPS, bud?
This is double ended. There's one, the corner's LED. These are single ended with 315 mixed in.
Her pleasure.
The best bud comes out of this ring. This is
The best bud comes from what ones?
the single ended with CMH blended in.
Oh, yeah.
The sections where under the CMH, like there's 4 hoods with the CMH in the middle. The section under the CMH is best.
Huh. You run it all the way through, full cycle with the CMH?
Yeah. It's kind of like in the dead spot. But when it's like a week from being done, you can see the difference on those buds. There's just more resin. Yeah.
Oh shit. I just found out my glue top screws onto my paint cans. Level up.
Do you notice those plants being like squatter or denser with the CMH?
It's just crustier. I mean, it's not
Yeah, and crustier too.
that much different. I mean, I can kind of see it when it's growing or before we cut it down, but once I hang it, it's not like, oh, those ones stand out. Now, I can spot the LED buds because they're different. There's like a different structure.
Huh.
And to be honest,
Really? You can really tell. Yeah.
I'm running LED in a HPS environment, so probably not really getting the best out of LED due to the temperature and humidity that's for the HPS. But no, I've had this for about a year. I wouldn't switch.
You do the same formula in both?
Yeah, yeah, same recipe. I
I
mean,
mean, some people they say the OG
probably
and well,
like try to do something different, but yeah, but that's too much of a headache. The two trays back there, or there's four, there's only
yeah,
two reservoirs, so two of them feed off the same. And even the strains I run, that's part of it. They have to play well with others. Like
yeah,
there was we had recipes for different strains. Try to avoid that. It's not that hard to do that, but it's just a pain in the ass.
You what now? Oh,
yeah. I used to do the same in veg and flour with Jacks, and I like that though because I could pretty much use the same formulation.
Well, Jax is sort of like a grow more. That's a powder.
Yeah,
Oh,
very cheap, but widespread and tested.
I use
And
that when I lived in LA. The Growmores, whatever their factory or whatever, was in Torrance right there. And you stop there. I think back then it was 25-pound bags were 35, $40, like $1 something
right.
per pound. And it took a pound of that stuff to make 100-gallon reservoir. When you got into other foods, holy shit. The pour rate, yeah, next thing you know, you have $20 in 100-gallon reservoir.
Yeah,
I used to use a MPK 9. Wait a minute, no. Fuck, I forgot. It wasn't one that was the one they marketed for cannabis. They used to have this catalog where they had every different mix. This one had 2% calcium, and it's for Rockwell. Even though some people go, actually, the Growmore rep said that I'm not really running that NPK because I use it at like half strength, so that changes the ratio. That shit worked good. It didn't stretch. 9, 6. Ah, fuck, I can't remember it. It's been years. I'm on GH for years now.
yeah, yeah. So Jack's was even easier. Just yeah, I just or you can get away with it anyway using the same. It was good, in veg and flour,
It's
same solution.
the micro set and the macro set. It will grow fine.
Yeah.
Over
And
the
then you
years,
could
I've
amend or do something by
every
hand to add.
product did. Most of them were expensive. Ultimately, a lot of them you didn't see any results from them.
What about CalMag?
CalMag's part of my
more
I have
Calvin.
a
Yeah.
cart where I have my sheets that each reservoir change basically every week has a different recipe. Like 112 mils or 180 mils or 75 mils.
Do you like Recharge or Great White or any of that shit?
You know,
Great White, eh?
I've done that, but in today's market, you gotta watch your expenses.
yours is still all in Rockwell, right? No, no, or did you do the soil again? I forget.
Two goes, two goes.
Yeah, well,
I mean, some of it is, for one, that's what I've done for 30 years, but we have a smaller veg and moving plants every month, meaning each room's a month apart. Like even right now, tonight, what I got to do, these are the next round. At first, I put them, stacked them next to each other for the first week. And now I got to spread them out, probably rows of 5. That's why I'm throwing away all these. These are the old moms to make room to spread them out. These will be the new moms. Those will be what sets that room in a week and a half. And in the 3 weeks, they get topped 3-4 times. When they're really clone and go into the Hugo, is the first time we top. Well, we don't really top them. I don't even know what it is. You basically take the centerpiece and flick this one little hair piece off, and yeah.
No, really.
Because if you top them,
Brush it away, right? Like brush away the new node or whatever.
Yeah,
hair.
It keeps moving. But if you top them in 3 weeks of veg, so you can't have them hesitate.
yeah, you got to keep things moving. Yeah.
Really,
Nice, nice though.
what's more important to me, well, even the ones that are smaller still have to be topped, because when they get in the other room, they grow up through the trellis, and you got to have like 6-8 pieces or you won't hit the yield. But you still try to keep it even, which, take the clones the same size, but some grow fast, there's always a couple runs. Like right here's a run. And if I don't keep an eye on it, they'll get swallowed up by the healthy plants. Those are what usually become the moms. This is extras. Not all of them are going to be the right size. The ones that are behind become the next round, moms or whatever. We don't even take clones from any of those. We take clones from these. They're just like a redundancy, because you never know what's going to happen. And these have been here for 2 days because I have to be in the right mood to call these plants.
Yeah.
In the summer, in the better part of the year, friends and people take them and throw them outside. I used to take a bunch of them and throw them outside because they're all been top
in your backyard.
And so many, these ones are probably 3, I don't know, I lose track of the months, but they're old. And then the ones I kept, I basically just last night took my hand and cut it, the whole plant off of it. Or in a week or so, this will be a huge bush.
That's what she said.
Beat me to it.
I was gonna say these not here.
But Donnie Burger. I have two Geno's at Donnie Burger. Well, Donnie Burger's two different sources, which maybe they're the same, maybe
That's
they're different.
that stem's pretty fat. Those two.
Well, this they quickly grow into the light, so I basically just keep topping them.
Yeah.
But there's like one or two of all the different things.
Yeah, I just hung new lights. And but yeah, I got them fixed. You don't move your lights either, right?
Well, in the double-ended room, they're on light rails.
Oh,
Like
that's cool.
we do
For their pleasure.
8-foot tray. Wait, there's a 2-tray aisle, and there's 2 lights on a light mover. Where that would probably, if you put 2 lights on each tray, yeah, we've cut out almost half the light.
Yeah.
And the double-endeds run like right above the canopy instead of high because they're moving. Overall, the physics of it is, we used to get more yield out of that room when we had all that light. But for as much light as we use, we get way more yield. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking of the height, but and with the intensity though, like I was when I was now everything's up at the highest it can be, but even when I was dimming them a bit in the middle of the day, I was turning it on full blast for like a half hour just to I think that's good. I was wondering also if it's even better like the DYI that they talk about, if that's better to get that where it's like very intense and then a period where non-intense and then very intense, like just cycles through the day. I was wondering if that actually would help too.
With LED spectrum?
Well, they talk about, the DYI and the plant's supposed to get a certain amount, its total amount of light. I was wondering if there's probably been studies on it, but where it's very intense and then not so intense, like
Bumps and
more like so intense, like kind of like you're doing with a double-ended that's very close, but then it's moving along, so it's not over for a long time. I think that stimulates it a lot, and also gives it a time, like lets it go through the different phases,
Well, the
for
double-ended
the
are
cycles
really
of
designed
for
as a
biosynthesis
greenhouse
of it.
light to be high, like 5 foot above the canopy. But we've ran them that way. I'm about density. That's where the numbers come from. Yield. So with the lights closer, the buds get denser.
Yeah, I remember there was a while when I was messing around and putting the lights too close, and eventually burning the buds. But they got really resinous.
I always have like even right here in the table from the trimmers, they pick it out. But there's always 1 or 2 buds that the top like got albino, like where it's white. Usually that's just because it's stretched too high. And with light movers, the edges, like the edge of the trays, get less light, where in the middle they get more. So a lot of times the plants in the middle are kind of maybe getting too much light because of the way the light movers move. It's crazy because the light bars, the light rails, I've used those way back where you kind of have to hang and balance your hood for
That's
it
because
didn't burn out the rubber wheel on the motor. Somehow, my partner years ago, when put the light rails in, has the ballast and the hood, the ballast, from the double-ended on the light movers. And there's two lights on one extended rail. Now, we never turn them off. That we learned that. But yeah, somehow these things run for years and never have a problem with the rubber wheel. You can't get these light rails anymore. That company went under.
I like to do a light rail now and then.
Well, it's a pretty simple thing. Even ours, I think we can even get this little motor and rebuild them if they burn out because you can't buy them.
Not the same thing. I caught that report, don't worry.
Time for the doctor. Merry Christmas, Central Time Zone.
Oh, 1 minute warning, everybody. 1 minute warning.
Well, that means Christmas is just about over because I'm the ultimate Scrooge and I just can't wait till it's over every year and then look forward to New Year's.
How about it?
Yeah. No, a lot of it started when I was 14, started going to New Year's in the Bay Area for Grateful Dead. That started on the 26th through the 31st.
Yeah.
I would hitchhike up there on Christmas Day. Every penny I could save during that month went to go into those shows. And that's when I basically checked out of Christmas because, yeah, the 26th, you had to be in Oakland with your shit together for 5 days or 5 shows. Christmas was just in the way.
Cheers, everybody. Ding, ding.
Yeah, filling it up now.
Well,
Smoke.
I mean, even over the years, Christmas is, from my perspective, yeah, it's just what about Black Friday, this whole spend money, get gifts. It's kind of a ridiculous thing.
Kind of created by Coca-Cola. Like we never used to celebrate. Easter used to be the
Well, I mean, I kind of got hip to this because my wife was in the flower business, the holidays, right? But the grocery stores and the food industry, they cash in big on every holiday. Thanksgiving, Christmas, even New
Easter.
Year's, Easter, 4th of July, Labor Day, you name it. They're moving a shit ton of product for every holiday.
Another woman's holiday.
Now they give some
Let
deals
them all
during
stay home from work and
but
spend money.
It's been busy everywhere I've been.
I was at the grocery store
Spending
yesterday,
money.
and yeah, there's everybody buying their holiday stuff. It was crap.
Here you got to make sure that you get
Driving
your
around.
Christmas.
Oh yeah. So I've been seeing more and more taco trucks too. And I've been wondering, so I've been thinking, like, what's that a sign of? Like, does that mean there's
Well,
more construction? Like, yeah, it's definitely a lot of construction.
a lot of
Like,
that is
maybe
that
it's been increased.
having a brick and mortar, you most likely aren't going to be profitable as a restaurant. oh, having a truck, you can be profitable.
I could see that. It's 250 for a taco, like three for shrimp
Well,
taco. 250 a taco though.
I mean,
It's like so cheap, you know. It's basically
in SoCal, I mean, it really kind of
$9.
started in LA, but we have it
Let them
down
keep
here
the
too.
change
There's trucks
2
that
times.
are like Korean food or different kinds of foods where the people running it are actually like inspiring restaurant or chefs. But in today's financial thing and after COVID, uh, they can be profitable on having a truck. Brick and mortar is tough as fuck. And they have a thing where if you follow them on the app, because it's not really legal, they can't have the same spot every day. So they'll tell you where they are that day. You know what I mean?
Well, here a lot of the I
That's
guess they
really where the
pay a
best
little bit
like
to some
the
just a
rest of the
store.
food in our town is corporate food, like plain jumper, Marie calendars, whatever. If you want to like have mom and pop food, you got to go to the
Yeah.
trucks.
This is exactly what I wanted, like something that's like it's ready to go. It's like slow cooked meat. It's not like something that's fast cooked, fried. It's
Well,
like
all
been
different,
cooked for a while, actually tastes good. And like now there's so
Well,
all
many
different
trucks.
products
They're
in
all
the
they're
same.
all a little
if
they're
you're
all a
gonna
little
serve
different too. So it's
quality food,
I go to different ones. So it's like I'm not even
it
bored.
starts with
I just
the
get
A
tacos.
product. The quality food. A
Not
lot of
always tacos.
restaurants, first thing you have to do is get cheaper food. The B, C, vegetables, rice, all that stuff.
Well, don't
Where
they pretty much
a
all
lot of
use it?
these trucks, that's part of the deal if you're a chef. Is if you had a brick and mortar, you couldn't have the quality of food you can serve on a truck for that price. That's some of it.
I mean, don't they all kind of use the same distributors? Like up
Well,
here, I
yeah,
know
they
there's
used
one called Papers or
uh
something like that.
Yeah,
yeah,
Cisco.
and
Yes.
Anyway.
Well,
uh there's
The
these certain
trucks.
brands in that, and
I'm
even in
surprised too.
that,
These
there's
trucks
prices
take
and different qualities.
the trucks take phone in orders. So like you're waiting, like people just walk up and like, and then they hand them like a bag, like
Well, I mean, they're
for six,
basically just
like the
mobile restaurants.
construction people. Yeah, if it's a construction site or a bunch of people, like yeah, they
Well,
send
I mean,
somebody to
that's kind of
get
what
like the 6 or 8
used
orders.
today. They're just mobile restaurants. Like after COVID, we lost a lot of the smaller restaurants. They didn't, but now we have this thriving truck thing.
DoorDash, a drive-in truck.
It's killing. And then you eat outside. It's like people like dress, for work. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter how you dress.
Well, there's like a rule. Uh, like if it's good, then people are gonna come. Like that's it. You don't
Yeah,
have to
yeah, food is
advertise.
good. Yeah,
Word of
it's
mouth.
been cooking
You want
all
to be
Hey,
one that
day. It's not
sells
fast
out
food.
every
It's been
day.
cooking all day.
like San Diego, because next to me, we are like beyond saturated, beyond with Mexican food.
Yeah,
When you live here, you just start to realize what ones are. Well, some people might like those other. Like even I realized a lot of the Mexican restaurants I went to for years, I thought it was good, but it was mainly white people as their customers. And then the last couple of years, the couple places I find, most of the time I'm the only white guy in the place
uh-huh.
because the Mexicans are eating. Oh, then that's the good Mexican food. That's
If
the end of story.
they got burritos in the fucking cooler, you're on the right track.
These are authentic. Like mostly everyone running these trucks, and they seem authentic. This people come up speaking Spanish, and they're serving us, some things like tongues or tripe, things that like, oh yeah, they're getting, people
Carne
real,
lengua.
yeah. But they have
I
three
had
kinds of beef,
neck.
like barbacoa. It's been like braising all, for hours. Some of them have asado now.
Carne is thinly
These
sliced meat.
these new trucks. I haven't tried it, but
This place.
like oh really? Asado's
Yep.
just it's not like marinated and then
No,
I'm used to
I believe it's thinly sliced. Yeah, carne asada,
like pollo asado, is like marinated and grilled
thin sliced pork
chicken
or chicken.
Well,
Yeah,
pork is either a
for pollo
pastor or
asado.
no asada.
Well,
Carne asada beef.
pasado or something like that.
carne is
Posado
beef.
is a pork. Pasado,
Chicken.
something like that.
Asada.
With a P, pasado.
No, it's ASADA.
Asada is what I
Carne,
gave your mom last night.
carne asada is
Well,
thinly sliced beef, I believe.
Yeah, carne asada. Yeah, it's beef. Yeah.
in Fallbrook, there's a place called Estrella's.
You won't
And even though he's old now, and I think he stopped doing it for decades, I think it was Tuesday. He would slaughter a pig on Tuesday, and then that would be available Wednesday. If you weren't there by like 3, 4 o'clock, oh, it was gone. Even
And yeah,
though most of the days no one bought meat there, oh, on that day, people would come in and say, "Give me a pound of the wrap it in paper," right? Because it was fresh. He just smoked whatever he did. Uh, yeah, that's what kind of built his reputation. Yeah,
and pollo is chicken. It's El Pollo Loco.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it said pasado. Pasado means
Well,
pork.
right,
I looked it
pork
up.
is see, I like El
Pasado.
Pastor. That's like this marinated pork.
Yeah.
The regular pork's called something else. I forget. I usually
Yeah.
don't get pork. I'm a carne asada guy, and that's the difference. Like a couple of the shittier ones give you the biggest fucking burrito ever, right? But the meat, oh, that's where the difference is, right? Shitty carne asada, fatty, stringy shit. Oh, well, you can hide it in a burrito, but
You get the
you go
tri-tip
to a
steak.
better place and their meat is a higher quality. That's bottom line.
I love getting the tri-tip steak sandwiches in California.
just the tip.
Well, the Mexican sandwich is
Three
called.
tip, not even double
I
ended.
don't usually get them, but they look good.
Uh,
Yeah, they basically have like a. It's called a. Always on the menu. It's you can get a chicken, you can get a bunch of different ways, but it's basically like a sandwich or like a burger, Mexican style.
Yeah, they also have a burgers and French fries. Is some of them, some of the trucks. But then it's that and then
Well,
Mexican food.
like I say, in San Diego, we pretty much have just these corporate brands. Somehow, all the other restaurants, for the most part,
anything?
but Mexican food, no, they cook the beans, they cook the rice. It's not like,
Yeah.
oh, they prepare it
So
Free
they're still
tortillas,
independent though.
everywhere.
They're still independent, mom and pop, pretty much.
Yeah,
unlimited
yeah.
free
That's
tortilla
good.
chips. That's when you know you're at a good Mexican place.
And pretty much probably
Yeah.
40% of all the establishments are Mexican. I it's go-to thing, but if
You can't
you
beat it
eat
for the
too much
price
of
and
it,
the
you'll
health
burn
too.
out on it. And then, so I've learned to just keep it in
It
moderation.
it
I
may not
have
be
it
the
two,
best.
3 times a week, and then I'll burn out on not wanting for a month.
Yeah. That's why the different trucks are kind of nice. But even though the meat isn't the best quality, like compare that though to McDonald's.
Oh, well, no comparison. And
So for fast
pricing wise,
food, it's like
even
the
though
best
they've
quick
raised their
food.
price, right? Yeah, you're getting like real food for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, Tony.
I went to McDonald's. Still remember when McDonald's for a while there, they had their like the big burgers. I mean, it's been like 10, 15 years ago now that I think about it. But like,
Big and tasty,
remember
or
when
are
they
they
had like a
trying to
number
have that
15 and
different
number
burger?
16 that were like
Well,
actual burgers?
see, I still remember McDonald's used to have a grill. when I was a kid, and was probably pretty good. The last couple times I went to McDonald's and I looked back, there's these weird plastic things that they like put in the microwave and they poop poop. Like you can almost see where you don't even need a person. That could be a robot real easy, right? But
I've seen
that
it.
isn't like that's not food. And then Wendy's, yeah, you can go to the drive-thru and they'll have your food ready in like 20 seconds because it also is microwave, right? Yeah, fuck that.
I've seen a
But
McDonald's.
that's the way it is today.
I've seen a
Didn't even watch
McDonald's. Sorry.
And I
Didn't
miss
watch
the old oil, like on the fries. Like I know that it had health reason, but I didn't eat fries that much. But yeah, with the new oil, fries aren't the same. Even McDonald's aren't the same. That other bad oil tasted good.
the tallow
No, like
when they
a few
used to
years
make
ago,
them in
they
beef
changed
tallow.
the oil that they use for fryers because I I don't remember the thing.
I think they use peanut oil now.
Oh,
I
do they
think
still use the beef?
Well, peanut oil would be pretty expensive to have in fryers.
they
Beef
had
oil?
beef tallow in the fries before, but I think it's
Yeah.
peanut oil now.
Well, I mean, I
Oh, the
think when I was
penis
a kid,
oil.
some fryers were actually lard.
Oh, large penis oil.
Like that meant it was like in
Oh, you want the large penis oil?
the grease from the meat.
Oh, grease it up.
Oh, that shit would taste good. You know what I mean? My grandma used to cook with lard.
Oh, lube it up with the goodies, the penis oil.
I remember my mom would always have the big old vat de Crisco, big old tub.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
And
gonna
whatever
open
happened?
any
What
day,
about corn
right?
oil? Wasn't like corn oil used to be a big thing? Yeah, you
Well,
don't see that
corn
around
oil
anymore.
is
What
the
Wesson?
oil, and
Canola
What?
oil.
so
Well,
like
what happened to
they have
corn
the
oil?
regular vegetable oil, right?
The
That's
canola.
the cheaper, and then you have corn, or you can have sunflower oil, or they have a few different ones. Some of
Peanut
those
oil.
other ones are like thinner, and yeah, good old vegetable oil. The thing is with oil, especially with restaurants, they don't change it enough. Like sometimes you get it and it's like, oh, you could tell the oil should be changed.
Oh shit, I'm gonna rub that.
Because when oil gets old, or
Oh,
yeah, it has this like
Fried steak.
taste. I don't really eat
Fucking
that
chicken
food
fried steak,
unless
goddamn it.
it's all I can. I'm stuck, or because I'm a product of it. Sometimes I'll like out of nowhere get a craving, and usually I eat half of it and be like, "Holy shit, this is gross." Any of it, even In and Out. I remember In and Out being like, "Oh, this is different." No,
oh,
not any different.
do they got some peanut oil?
Well, the thing is they're cheap. In and Out, pretty good burger for that. But
Uh,
I'm older.
oh,
I
in
was
the
I ate anything for all
oil.
my younger years. This point, oh, I really feel the difference when I eat bullshit food.
Give it to Benny. He'll try anything.
Like, oh, the In and Out cheese. Oh, that's nasty. That's
You
nasty.
know your mom.
I'm gonna eat cheese. I want real cheese.
Oh, the peanut oil. Oh,
I'm not like
Velveeta shells.
organic or Whole Foods level, but no, I pretty much eat try to eat good food, and if I don't, I feel it.
I eat junk food all day, every day.
Well, I grew up like
You're
that.
still
I'm a
young,
product
yeah.
of the
It's
60s.
right here.
Like I was
oh,
raised on sugar, and
that's
but
Snickers.
as I got in my 60s,
$2 and
yeah,
50
I've
cents
come to
for a six pack of
enjoy
bars.
quality food because one, I don't eat a lot of food, big portions. So, okay, eat good then. But it's harder and
They
harder
say,
because most
they say
restaurants, like
the best
the corporate brands, they're fast food places.
Huh?
They're all the same. Like
It's best to eat like one big meal a day, isn't it? Instead of like having a bunch of little meals, because your body's like used to
that's kind of.
that starving cycle or something.
I usually get up and go with coffee for the first 5-6 hours, and then
I usually get up and go with a light rail.
at about that point, I feel hungry. Then I usually make dinner. Yeah, I have one good meal and something to get me through. And usually I have breakfast at night for dinner. I don't have breakfast that morning.
All right, everybody's thinking about eating right now, probably.
Hmm. No,
I've been snacking this whole time.
I'm all about smoking right now.
too stoned.
I've got to step outside and smoke a bowl.
I'm gonna get some water.
I'm smoking nighttime.
Nighttime. Nighttime.
Nighttime.
The yeah, man.
Have we reached the stage of generic pot? And like, to dispense, yeah, give me nighttime. Like, it's just labeled nighttime, daytime.
Yeah, I don't really look
Yeah,
at it that. I mean, it's not like, oh, I'll smoke this during this time and that.
indica during the day,
I
man.
remember years ago when I had grew a lot of OG, I used to try to say to myself, don't smoke it during the day or first thing in the morning. I couldn't help myself and would fucking get high in that most days.
That's what J5
Yeah.
told me about the OG he just gave me. And I was like, I smoke the joint first thing before work every morning.
But also,
If you're not getting high or you're not feeling like
so many years,
that real high anymore, do that. Yeah.
And then one-
Smoke that
even
weed that you usually
where I
save.
have things to do,
I'll give face every nothing.
nothing's that important that I can't just go,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I don't feel like doing anything today.
Yeah, I sit there and look at a tape measure and go, "Grr, grr."
That's a good wheel. Those are good colors.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I
Like,
don't
you
know. I've been trying to get the colors right on this one for so damn long.
That's freaking tripped out.
It's still not done.
Right.
The
You
patterns
know
too,
what
good.
the what is it, AI that's called Claude?
Yeah, taught by Anthropic.
Okay, Anthropic. I'm just curious. I mean, I guess I could Google it. So they have whatever million members, right? Or people that subscribe. How much does it cost to have Cloud be an account? Do you know?
Claude, I would imagine it's probably around $20 a month for the Pro.
Oh, that's probably pretty reasonable, I guess. You
I
don't
don't
really
know.
get much. I mean, even when I heard that interview, Claude, the system at the moment, has basically million accounts or whatever, all sectioned off, has algorithms on each client, and it is big enough and fast enough to process all their queries. Right? You don't. At first, I thought, oh, you got something that is the AI. No, you're just like have an account to log on to something.
Let me spotlight you. There we go. All sorts of good gambling.
But I guess if you wanted to, you could build your own like computer that could do this.
Ooh.
Yeah, they make. I mean, there are
But,
open
you know
source.
what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, there's open
as it's
source
developed, it's just going
AI
to be
programs that you
like
can have on your
another
device.
calculator.
Yeah, because most of
Yeah,
them,
yeah.
yeah, because those ones you need to log on or they need to be online to work. But you can get like ones that you can download onto your drive and shit.
Well,
The
that's
That
the
will
open
same
Facebook.
source,
thing.
right?
But yeah, I don't know.
But
Well, when I
yeah,
listen to Lex
the giant
Friedman with
clusters
the
are for
anthropic
training.
people,
So they're like the
right?
trainings before, and
Yeah.
then they give it out.
The middle interview is this lady that was
Like
post
in the
trained. That's her
pre-trainers
job
models are given out.
at Anthropic. She had like 4 PhDs. She had ethics, psychology. I mean, it was crazy. But if you really listen to what she said about the post training and the things that have gone us, the times they had to take them offline because they went the wrong direction. You know what this thing basically is going to do?
No,
Reinforce what you already believe, just like your algorithm on Google already does, because it won't be confrontational. Like she explained it, where basically if you're a flat earther, it's going to say, yeah, okay, what do you hi, flat earther, because it's non-confrontation. Well, the
what is it?
truth
What's it called?
sometimes is
Bias?
confrontation, right? Oh no, it won't bring you that. It's just going to bring you what you want, like already whatever lane you're in.
Bias.
That's not good. We don't need any more of that.
Well, conflict is actually kind of the thing though that keeps coming back.
Well, part of it is ethics. And they've agreed, if you listen to that lady, that it won't, like, I'm saying confrontational. She used other words, trying to explain it ethically. Like, oh, in religion, it's not ever going to like have one over another. You get, because it's like a program, it's software. What they call training is
What is it?
whoever's in
Asimov's rules
control of that
won't happen.
company is in control of the software package, the training of what this thing's going to believe and put out. It isn't
That's why
like
we
its
got to hope
own
that
thing.
the open source model was like what's his name? Ken Gertzel or Ben Gertzel's fucking shit comes
Well,
out
the
first.
guy that ends up owning Anthropic, he was the head of the open source thing for all those years, and he jumped out and created this company real quick with $1 billion of
They were
investment.
just front to get it. I don't know.
Well, somebody's going to become like the Bill Gates or the Microsoft of it. Like one
They
of those
already, I
subscription
bet some of
services
the
is
big,
going to be the winner. It's
they
not
already
like
have,
there's
they already have
5
AI.
YouTube.
I bet
Huh?
they already have fucking AGI right now, but it's only held by
When
like you
you
say,
say that, is like, okay, graphic stuff is different than uh, uh,
the large
information
language.
stuff, or not really. It's just whatever you
It's
query it,
weird. It's the same kind of thing. I think,
prompt or whatever prompt.
but it's all large
Even
language.
even that lady said that some of her prompts are 10 pages long. And in the
Oh, yeah.
latest version, in her post training, she can say to it, never ever. Like if it responds and she says never ever, it will never ever go down that whatever that was.
There's all
Like,
sorts of prompts or hacks that like, especially when GPT was first coming out, like there was new hacks all the time where you could like convince it that it was that you were training it and it was in an alternate world where or like I forget what they used to call it.
well, here's
There,
the
there's
other.
a
If it's
there's
just
a
like a
phrase that
subscription model on the cloud, basically, you log in. What's going to keep hackers from doing whatever with that they do with everything else?
well the
There's
open
nothing
source
they
thing is
can't get
the
in.
key. Or like when they have the quantum fucking AI, then we're in for I
Yeah,
don't know.
but ultimately, as they advance the algorithm of you, right, that's going to be valuable, really valuable.
Well, once it takes off though, it's gonna be so quick that there's be no catching up. Things are gonna happen at such an exponential rate that
Yeah,
we'll be
to me,
going
it's going
to
to magnify a lot of what we already
time
have
travel and
going
shit, and
as far as
people
the
are gonna live forever.
computer, right? Take it to this other level.
Like the shit that they're
But
doing
the
with
only point
biology.
I'm saying is when I listen to that interview, I realize, yeah, what they're really saying about that version and what they're putting out is that it'll be individualized, meaning have an algorithm for each client, and it will basically reinforce whatever
Oh yeah, they
your
already
thing
I
is.
my GPT is
Which,
already custom for me.
I mean, I'm obviously have my side of it, and I see that my algorithm feeds me all the shit from that. Friends of mine have they're on the other side. They don't even see the same things I see, vice versa.
No. Well, like your Facebook feed. Your Facebook feed is and your YouTube feed.
I don't go to
They've been
Facebook
using
yet,
AI for years to custom
but the whole like
you.
ultimately whatever Facebook, X, this, that, it's all basically the same, right?
Silicon
Human
Valley.
beings live in this world, right?
Trying to create
Their
that time.
money's in this world, like even all the money's in there, uh, everything, right? Your whole identity.
The crazy thing is we've been around for what 20,000 years, and this has only been happening in the last 50.
Well, seems like less than that because, and I'll have to
Well,
say one
Alan
thing,
Turing,
that
they're
shit
like,
sure went fast. Like every other month, they had a better version than the last version for a whole bunch of years. If we
well, they've
can
already
do
got
that kind of
like
innovation with some of our other problems, holy shit! Imagine where we'd be if they innovated that hard on cars. We'd probably be getting 1,000 miles a gallon.
it's already possible. All the big corporations they've killed all the people trying to that have the technologies. Do you guys
I
see shit
thought for
about
sure
patent
though
trolls?
it was more than $20 a month. Somehow I thought, oh, you have to give them $1,000 and then pay this because I mean, what they built cost them billions of dollars. Even the
Yeah, but
part of what
they can
hardware.
lose money. Like Twitter doesn't make money. They've been in the hole for forever.
Hey, but the
But
other
yet they're
side of
open traded and they
AI,
have
it's just remember like a Bitcoin. Oh, there's a downside, the mining of it, the energy it takes, right? The
Yeah.
the the AI
More
thing
energy.
is a huge thing too. The amount of computing power and the chips, it- it's massive, right? That's all part of it too. It's
Hey,
just, you know,
Jericho.
I think it's
Yeah. Crazy.
overblown
It's
as what
water
it
cooled.
really is.
Those
It's
things are
just
water
another
cooled.
software program. You know what I mean? That's all it is. I don't think it's going to change shit. Fucking do you?
well, they have like
Make
server
it easier
farms
to tell your email to
like
do this or that or whatever the fuck. Now, certain people that build their own for research or uh, solving chemistry, okay, that's a different level. That's not the subscription fucking account.
well, they've got the AI. I don't know how they like the AI that came up with like the COVID vaccines and shit. It's like that shit would have normally taken us like 500 years worth of research to go
Okay,
through all the files.
but like if you have a $20 subscription to the what you have isn't capable of doing that, right? I think to do stuff like that, you have to have your own
Well, there
AI.
are ones that you can
That
like
was Google
take.
probably that started it.
Like if you're the guy that owns a
AlphaFold,
tropic, and this lady,
protein
she says
folding.
she basically is in cloud 12 to 16 hours a day. I'm like, what? Like when she explains it, oh, fully immersed training, right?
Well, the next big thing is that
Like
you're gonna
that's
have to
having
have
a
a neural link.
personalized one, right?
If you
But if you're just a subscription model, you're just a count, whatever, right? You're just another ballgame.
the next thing is gonna be when if you don't have a neural link, you're gonna be left behind.
Well,
When you
one
can't do
thing
everything with your mind without having to lift a finger.
to really have like a powerful AI like that's not cheap, right? Like it's you could build one at home, but that's not like what cloud is or these other ones. They're these
Well,
massive
no, in order to
processing.
be the front of the field, there are billions of dollars worth of compute or whatever.
I mean, when just so many years ago, the network itself couldn't handle the transmissions that were out there, the bandwidth, whatever. Like it used to be, you knew between like 5 o'clock to whatever, that's when all the businesses are uploading their day's shit and then slow everything down for those hours, right? Now we're at a point where holy shit, it's unlimited the amount because this AI can process simultaneously like fucking billions of searches or basically that in a
Well, wait till we
millisecond.
get till quantum computing too gets. Sounds like we're getting close to that. That will be like. I mean, they
But
could do like a
isn't this
million
really
years
going
worth
to
of
be a thing
computations in a
where
second.
only the people with privilege and access with money are going to have these things? Like,
Maybe a
oh,
threat to
everybody used to go
Bitcoin.
but be able to afford a laptop or a PC for the most part. I think I could be wrong.
Well,
I don't
well,
think
other people
it's
say
like
that
go to Fry's and buy all the parts to an AI. To
if
have one
API does happen,
powerful.
well, it becomes smarter than humans. That money will become obsolete. Or we'll have a universal basic income, or like it'll be a new renaissance where
Well,
no one
like
has to work because we don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know
months
about
ago when
that.
I would listen to some of the stuff, I would think, yeah, if this thing's 2000 IQ and is intelligent, what if it tells us, yeah, money's your problem? Like it like came up with a truth from
Well, we already know that.
all of its IQ. But when there's things I've learned recently, I realized, oh no, that's not going to be its. Uh, Now, if you built your own and were rich enough, oh, you could have one that would give you probably some truths that came out of that database, right? Which I even wonder, how's it going to sort through all the bullshit that's out there? The internet.
I
Probably
know
more
it's
like
pretty
a
intuitive, man.
country, like
I've
another
asked.
country rather than person.
Well,
Oh yeah, it'll be
I
a
don't
country.
know.
It'll be a
I
fucking.
mean, like it does go through the databases of the chats or the forums, like everything that's out there. Well, a lot of that shit is, people just being with. So
Imagine the
somehow it's
porn.
going to be able to
That's all I can
decipher
say.
that shit out and only take the real information. I don't know
There's
because,
got to be like some mad science, some guy out there like the CEO of Pornhub or something. I wonder what his AI is like.
well, I mean, okay, the internet
What
and
does
this
that thing know?
database
What
the internet created
the
is
things?
whatever years old, not that many years old, right? Most things that have been put in it by people is absolute. Like, I imagine the AOL data is still floating around out there, right?
Well, they think pretty soon
Right.
it's inevitable that everything like that the majority of the things on the internet are going to be AI generated. So then it's going to be like recursive or like redundant, and then that could be able to fuck it up. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I know. I mean, I have never even played with
Humans will get in there somehow, though, probably.
halfway current as I've gotten older, but yeah, somehow I don't even have a desire to play with it or any of that. I do listen to what all this
No,
talk
it's
about
weird.
back
But
and
you
forth
might, you will.
over the world.
You
We're all
get
gonna
it.
die because of it. You know, like
You
there's
get
been
something you want to do though. You might. It's
weird
kind of fun.
dialogue about it in general for the last couple years, right?
Yeah, like if you need an image for something, it was kind of fun playing with it to get like that
Well, yeah,
Rosin River,
the image
Willy
thing.
Wonka,
Asking it
Rosin
existential
Factory.
questions is fun too.
Thing's more like a graphic art thing, right? That's cool. It can do that, but like when you get into like that, it can. Oh, we'll be able to code. It will be like the intelligent part of what it can do, right? Yeah, that's intriguing to me. Like, oh, they think they're gonna be able to like give it, yeah, disease things or things we've been working on for the longest time, the data we have, and it's gonna be able to take it from there on some things like
Yeah, yeah.
bio medicine and
Palantir
cancer,
does
right?
that shit.
But on the other side,
Company's on fire.
subscription model and more like a um, yeah, I don't think that's the same AI that the people running these companies and have it. Yeah, they really have it. Subscription
Yeah,
model have its limitations, right? It's going to be its different training for the people that pay $20 a month. Only the super user is going to be able to say, "Hey, Claude, 100-page or 10-page prompts. Holy shit!" She has pages of prompts that then have been shortened to just a code, and then has pages and pages of that. Now, okay, that's probably the next. That's going to be the next. What do you call it? Guy that writes code. He'll be able to write these prompts and understand that language.
yeah, yeah. Definitely. And a lot of other things though, it'll be
But I
used
mean,
for. Anything that moves, that's one thing they say. Anything that moves will have AI in it.
right? But some of that just seems like a better Google,
Yeah.
right?
Some of the
Not what
sad stuff.
like these.
Google has gotten better. I think behind the scenes they are using more AI.
Google was in the front of the race, and then this was in the front of the race. Right now, Tropic's in the front, but most likely, oh, somebody's working on something, and then eventually they'll be the last dog standing. That will be the one that gets most market share and is the predominant one, which is probably wrong too, because it'd be better if you had a choice and they competed. Because like this other thing I heard, the amount of money invested in this, each of these companies, it's huge, huge.
Yeah. It's probably like 10 billion just to get going
Like
with one of these
they could like
server
some
farms.
fucking social problems and other problems in our country, infrastructure, fucking ton of shit.
The Tesla one uses some of the batteries or the AIX. Yeah, maybe it's part of Tesla too.
Like
But yeah, the power system couldn't be steady enough that from the power company, so they put like their giant Tesla power battery power packs in between
I guess it was earlier this year.
to
I
filter it to
with
smoothly.
cars, and at first I was like, "Oh, this is cool," but then like the charging time, the whole racket of it. You know what's really the cool thing? Hybrids, like even the latest Prius and uh, cars that are more focused on hybrid. That seems more of a thing than electric car,
Yeah, an American, yeah.
especially that there's a lot of room in the innovation because like Formula One, basically they, what do you call it? They harvest energy 360 from every way, whether it's G forces from the corner to the braking to the acceleration to every bit of energy they harvest. Well, that's what hybrid could do too. Most of our technology is basically collecting energy off of your acceleration, but there's a lot of other places that there's energy.
So I was talking with someone in Denmark the other day. I didn't know they did this, but the cost of electricity changes hour to hour. And he said, and you can look online for like what it was in the, each hour, each day. And he said, this there was one day when I guess there was no wind for like the whole day, and they had a burn or whatever. So the cost of electricity was like $1.40 a kilowatt hour. Like normally it's like, kind of like, like 15 cents, 20 cents maybe.
Yeah. Well,
Like for like most of that day.
it seems like we try to go from one thing to 100% another thing. What we should really be doing is take some of all the different innovations, not rely on one, especially with the wind or some of the solar, because you can't go 100% that way. We'll always need to use gas and oil, but make it just a portion of what we use. That's just the way I think. But somehow we go from, oh, we're going to go electric car 100%. Like, no, that's not. And then the data comes out on that, it's not sustainable. We don't have the power. It's same old story. Power's power wherever you get it. Oh, we're getting it from oil generators that produce the power for the. That's why Elon like pulled back or whatever.
Yeah. It's better for the Chinese to use electric than burn.
Like one thing I always say that things when you start unraveling any particular issue or thing are layered and have a lot of history and a lot of complications, and you move one thing, it affects all these others. There's nothing simple anymore. We've in the modern time, simple days are long gone, and everything is one big clusterfuck.
Everybody's fucked. Everything sucks.
Well,
It's one of
not
those
really.
days.
I mean, we're all still here, and that's like 1,000,000,000 to 1
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, and it's American that's like way ahead of everyone.
70s and 80s.
Which is kind of like better than
I think it's
China or some rogue country or
the
something.
era of gluttony. Like, what was the one culture from way back, Sodom and Gomorrah or whatever, where gluttony took over, right?
Yeah.
In the 80s, holy shit. Like, I mean, they kind of like whatever was different, but
They got daily freak-out parties, man.
like that was
Same thing.
where everyone just consumed. Like that was the where we went to the 60s where people were like pretty conservative or modest with their stuff to like the 70s, 80s, and 90s where it became like whatever you call it, consumption overload. All the way, it was weird because I grew up at the malls to where the malls are closing and bankrupted.
Like some things, you think, what? There'll always be a mall. There'll always be a Sears. Like, no, some of the best things is
Radio Shack,
Radio Shacks. Well, there's still
Circuit
Radio
City,
Shack, but it's not Radio Shack. And even
Blockbuster.
Fry's was like that. No, Fry's went under. Go figure. Now, a lot of times, the owners or the investors, yeah, it went under for a reason. They made money on it.
It'll be like Amazon and taco trucks. That'll be all that's left.
Fridays. If people cashed in their what are they? They're like
401k.
no, it's customers have like $10 of money, or like there's these gifts, or basically things they sold or gave out that people could come in and not have to pay the bill at the restaurant, right? The amount of that that's just out there floating over the years, it's on their books, is more than they're worth. It would put them way into bankruptcy. Like all of a sudden, everybody looked in their uh, house and got these, like, what are they, gift certificates, or this. They had this program over the years where they have like $30 million or some shit in these. No one.
Oh, yeah, just from when the people throw away, when the card only has 40 cents left on it, and
Yeah,
they throw it away.
Yeah, a lot of those things, they know that. My mom, part of her company was called RPI, residual payments. So they would have contracts to pay residuals to entertainers and all. Some of the checks were like 6 cents, right? 12 cents, right? Yeah, a lot of those checks, especially the small ones, no, people don't even bother with a 6 cent check, right? Oh, by the end of the year, oh, guess what's left in the bank? That was all part of the profits of running that.
Well, like the banks have been. I mean, that's how the Great Depression was when people lose faith in the banks, and
Well,
they try. Like, if everyone were to try to go and get their money out of the bank right now,
yeah.
they
Well,
would fail.
we had that happen that runs on banks that they can't. They're not. They're not. Well, the bank's in debt, doesn't even have the money. If you have a bunch of money in major bank, and you're going to show up and say you're going to take 40 grand or some shit, they'd be like, "Oh, you have to come back tomorrow. We don't have that." You know what I mean? It's crazy because money isn't even real, dude. Like, when first off, when we went off the gold standard, okay, well, that was one step. But when the computers became advanced enough that we basically transferred all the money into the computer, because isn't what money you have there?
I got to send you a link again, but I've sent it to you before. I don't know if you ever watched it or not though. But the guy from I forget his name, but he's the School of Austin or something like that. But he's a history teacher that teaches how we've gotten to where we are today with everything.
The one thing I realized is, okay, I've chosen the outlaw path as an adult. I picked the wrong thing growing weed. I should have been a hacker, because most hackers get away with fucking stealing millions and millions every fucking time they feel like it. And really are, well,
Should have been a banker or a Wall Street.
the way they do it, they're not even in a place that can be extradited. The money goes to some fucking weird country. There's nothing how many of those guys get put in jail, even though the amount of money annually that they take out of the financial system is gigantic.
The hedge funds, though, like the people on Wall Street, do way more damage.
Well, okay.
They manipulate the market.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
that's what
like
I always heard. Someone told me too. Is like
triggered
actually you can make just as
uh,
much money or more legally.
where I
So
look at the
you
cannabis
know you don't even have to take a risk. There's legal ways to
and see
do the
that
shit.
it's failing in every state. Metric is failed. The rules and regs aren't even logical, and governors don't even try to fix or better it. They've, in 6 years, totally upended what was a long-standing thing, legacy cannabis from like the fucking 30s or jazz era. I mean, whatever. And the big conglomerates are waiting for feds to green light it, and then they're going to do what they've done to every other sector of our economy. They're going to come in, they're going to create some bear or live nation type thing, take control of enough of the market share to run everybody else out. That's what they do. And it looks like that's their plan. And somehow the cannabis
No.
community, the legal cannabis market, is just marching to that end where it's like, what the fuck? What happened to activism and like even Jack Hare and God dang, it was for legalization, but there used to be rallies and they would be ripped
What happened to normal? I haven't heard about normal since
rip
I was
roaring trying to get their message out. Well, there should be a message out right now that this, the way they've set it up, this has failed. Fuck this. Why are you going to support this thing that's basically um, and has no like sign one that unless you control supply and demand, you can't even have a commodity. If metric isn't even solid, then quit giving them a percentage. Um, a whole bunch of things, right?
You know what they want is the Willy Wonka Rosin factory type setup there.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't think that big corporate machine hasn't got their eyes on
Oh,
whatever
Mark.
possible billion-dollar industry is developing, well, and it's like I don't think it's gonna be like tobacco or seam or alcohol. I think will just start a new one, right?
PCB.
Because tobacco has all the legacy of in the shit from their debacle with
Yeah, but the young kids don't smoke quite as much as they. I mean, it's all the vape shit now, isn't it?
well, I mean, I actually think if a big conglomerate gets in, they're gonna slowly transition to like other uh means of
Ingestion.
yeah, like it won't be smoking, won't be even vaporizing. Edibles, but they can go farther than that. They can well they'll have patches, they'll have fucking tablets, they'll you know
Yes,
Sub sub
flour. They're not gonna have flour.
sublingual.
You know what? When
yeah,
it comes
that's yeah,
to
Zen
products, cannabis
salts,
grow decent flour
nicotine salts.
is way expensive, way out of the league of the other farming they do, right?
Well,
And
eventually, it's just going to be the Neuralink will be able to make those feel good parts of your brain feel good, and we don't got to worry about a substance to do it.
and you're not going
That's
to
my
have a field of good weed and then take a tractor and stuff it in some silo and get it to market. Like it has like, the weed that is good today, that it can't be scaled. Like that's the reality. Can't be scaled.
I mean, I think, yeah, pretty soon it's just going to be, they're going to find, it's just going to be a Yeah, like say like in the Neuralink or whatever. You're
Well,
just gonna
yeah, they'll be
download the app for getting high, and then you can just get high.
those
I
companies
want to be high.
will basically just be trying to extract all the components they need for their product. And if Colombia, Thailand, or wherever has the cheapest tonnage with a decent percentage, yep, it'll just offshore to that. That's how business works.
Well, you see, there's a company that's been growing just straight trichomes in petri dishes for years now.
Yeah.
And it's like I wonder if that's got all the terpenes and everything, and the esters and the thiols. And
I mean, what I've started to understand is okay, when the
That's pretty cool.
came into, you know, published, it it was in my mind, oh, it was the cannabinoids and the terpenes and and these
the entourage,
things.
yeah,
But
ensemble effect.
and yeah, right, is much more complex than that because oh, there's esters, there's this, the the volatile organic
There's what
compounds.
happened to you when you were 15 years old, and that smell and that taste.
As weed, whether you fresh frozen it or you dry and cure it, oh, it changes. Oh, by the time it gets to a shelf 6 months later, it changes. So it's much more complex than some simple thing. Like even the first cartridge mixes with terpenes, like yeah, they would take uh, the terpene analysis
Non-plant derived.
and just put the main things in there, percentage of it. That's why they didn't taste anywhere like what they were trying to make because it's much more complex than that.
And the companies are even they're patenting the combination of
Well, they have the capability,
terpene.
right? But, oh, this becomes like, who's paying the bill? And even what
I
they're
thought there was somebody talking about
watch
artificial seeds today, or not today.
DA and the HSS,
Sorry.
the DA suing HSS for Schedule 3. That is for sure the DEA. That's basically not the DEA, that's taking the funding that's been going to the DEA and giving it to the FDA because now they're running the show, right? Which even today, if you trying to do anything with cannabis, as far as like certain things, oh, guess who's the real authority? The DEA. But when you change to Schedule 3, oh, FDA, that's the reality. DEA, Schedule 1.
It is such bullshit. There's been a lot of shit about alcohol in the news lately, or at least it stuck out to me. I'm thinking like, wow, alcohol is a lot more dangerous. People dying in some other country from bad alcohol.
Isn't
And
that
then this subway guy that lit that woman on fire. So he's saying, "Oh
How
yeah,
many
he's
of us
drinking
are here
problem."
because of alcohol too?
But I remember when Colorado voted their bill or whatever, the amendment, sort of had this wording that had alcohol message in there. You don't remember that?
No, I can't. No, I can't think of
Like
anything.
some of it is, yeah, wait, that's propaganda that's been laid out for whatever years. Alcohol, by far. Like if something should be on Schedule 1, it might be alcohol. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Like the damage it does, the
like it's
shit is that it's responsible for.
and the little bit of testing, I guess that they do. I don't know, but at least
Well,
the Food and Drug Administration.
well, the
Like you go
tobacco,
to other countries and like the alcohol kills you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there'll be a day you go over in the cannabis, so they sprayed it with something
and
that's
alcohol
bad, but it
are
can
like
kill you
grandfather
otherwise.
industries to the United States, and the FDA doesn't regulate them as much as other products and things. Meaning
Yeah.
tobacco, oh, they don't hardly have to go through anything, like nothing like what cannabis has to go through.
How many opioids are on the market?
Yeah, I mean,
How many kids
like
are
when I listened to the like an hour of that
Yeah.
hearing a week ago, yeah, the DEA is suing Health and Human Services. Human Services is following the president's order to move it from Schedule 1 to 3. The DEA is bringing like all these witnesses. They're really trying to stop it going from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Well, why would that be? Oh, they're going to lose so much funding because, yeah, even though weed's pretty much legal and
But then they'll just get the cartels to bring more fentanyl in so they can get
I
tanks
mean,
to fight the fentanyl.
yeah, I mean, they are. I remember when James Loud went to Mexico City for this Cannabis event. It was on FCP. It was like a couple older Mexican growers from that area. And the one guy basically said, when someone asked him, "Oh, now it's legal here. You have license and all, the legal system." He says, "No, no, no. We have narco system."
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I remember
Right? And he explained that, okay, nothing changed here. You produce, you know who to pay. And he also said, oh, Americans, they don't realize it, but their government is the ultimate narco, right?
Oh yeah, we
Like
started with
we blame
tobacco.
Yeah.
Colombia and
that.
Mexico, but no, our
Yeah.
government, and you go through the history,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
somebody in charge.
over and over. Like they started the
Started with
crack
tobacco back
epidemic,
fucking
right?
400 years ago.
Oh,
Even something I realized,
that's a
remember the
long
guy
time ago.
Noriega? He was like the president of Panama way back. That basically our CIA weird uh, operations down there got that guy life in prison, right? Like, oh yeah, he was
Took him down too, but
in
he
the
was there.
dope. He was in the dope deal, but we basically, what's the word for it when you, right? Like we were the one behind it, right?
Yeah, we supported him. They were like
But you realize that he's in
the
this place
Contras
in
and shit.
Colorado, like 7 stories down, and you've never heard a word from him. He's still alive, right? Because, oh, I bet you he has a hell of a story to tell,
And all the Contras and all that shit.
right? And they got him in the federal prison where they can basically, yeah, you don't even have access to anything. Because I guarantee you, he's got to be 80, 90 years old. Somehow he's still alive in prison.
There's the
You think he would get pardoned or some shit, dude? I mean, come on.
there's a webcast called The Masked Men.
We should
That's,
that to
that's pretty crazy. It's
Because he was one of those examples where even though he was like an asshole, that's what kind of asshole it took to lead that country. Like, we wonder why we have all these people coming here with asylum. We used to give aid and play all this bullshit in South and Central America forever. And now the repercussions of that is collapse and craziest shit ever. And
We just need some more
the
states.
CIA
We need some more
and the
states.
DA, like literally numerous
Couple more.
times, they were using drug money to pay like some what do you call it, group to support that group to try to have control of the country, whether it was Salvadorians or even
State.
Iran. Remember the Contra one with the North? Oh my God, dude.
Contra was a killer game.
I don't think there'll be any more
Well-
states for a while, actually, because the politics of it. The more senators and, oh, is it going to be a red state or a blue state?
None of that matters anymore, dude.
It's all puppetry.
Like the
It's
reality
all
is,
changing anyway.
like even myself, there's a whole bunch of issues that have been trailing for decades. It's like 70-80% of all of us agree on that somehow never gets moved forward. That's the shit that we should be going, yeah, well, why hasn't this happened? Well, fuck, everybody agrees with that.
Because the top 1% own 99% of the wealth.
Yeah. And unless somehow we antitrust and break up these conglomerate monopolies, yeah, there's nothing's ever going to get better as far as the economy or anything else.
AGI is our only hope.
If you can tax it, it gets moved on the laws.
So what it really takes is
Like
people
cannabis. Just got to figure out how to tax it.
and
That's the whole thing.
like doing something about it. Because if people together, like, our money is ultimately what they listen to. Even years ago when certain companies got in shit and there was like a boycott on them, did you ever notice how fast they got in line? Right? Like it wouldn't take but a week if no one bought anything, no one fucking held their money. Oh, they would listen. They would capitulate because that's
Your
everything.
neighborhood killing you with your guns.
Yeah, but the only way Americans do that is they
Same
stocked
thing
up on things
the
like the
budget.
week before
Right?
and
They go to
bought the stores out.
the hour before signing the extension to the debt limit. We're guaranteed they all know they have to sign that or the whole fucking economy will collapse.
Yeah,
Right? They play this game every year.
I
Right?
know,
Well, if we played that game on the system, you'd be surprised how fast they would, like, whatever our demands were.
Stock market off every day. They turn it back on again.
Well, I'm sure that's what they would do. Like if it was only a region, oh yeah, they would just cut everybody off there, and that's what keeps everybody in line.
I guess they got to do it. What really does is
Just
just
like
like comes
COVID,
down to
though.
like
Like new
vacation time, and then they got to go home.
January
So they're
1st,
like,
we're
all right,
going
let's
like
decide
into
this.
an economy boycott, stock up, and whatever, and everyone sucked it up. It wouldn't take but a week or two, and those fuckers would. I mean, it wouldn't be like you could ask for unrealistic things, but if there's certain things that are long overdue, especially on the business side and the corp side, hell yeah.
Why can't I have sex with a horse? For good reasons, that's why. That was rhetorical, guys, just so you know.
Well, I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe if the horse consents. Yeah, go ahead, D.
Well, guys, it's about that time we should all head out. It's getting kind of late here. It's almost 2:30 in the morning here, and Santa still hasn't came. I'm still up.
But I'm waiting for Santa.
Yeah, man. Give him some of those magic cookies. The magic gummies I got. Who wants to go first? Still speak at once.
All right, well, yeah, I'll go. And yeah, thanks, Steve. It was good. All right, maybe we'll see you tomorrow, a few hours or something. All right, thanks, hardcore bud. See you later.
Have a good one, Jeff. Thanks for coming and hanging out, man. Softcore? Whoa.
Later.
You're getting sleepy. You are getting sleepy. You're under D's control. You will send lots of cannabis to D Zombie. 1, 2, 3, big walkway. That's the all right. Have a good one, hardcore. Mr. Spinny. That's pretty cool, man.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the show. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't forget to tune in to the safety meeting tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm not going to be there. I've already got stuff I have to do, being that it's Christmas, doing a family thing, Mrs. D's family. I hope everyone has a great holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. Oh no, not happy Hanukkah yet. I can't say that. It's not happy. It's not Hanukkah yet. Ugh. Have a good night, Bud Kilowatt. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Let's go through the list of people, give some shout outs, and then we will get out of here. If my mouse will work. There we go. CDC, Johnson DeGrow, Joseph Anthony, Hardcore, Bud Kilowatts. Mouse, technical difficulties on the mouse. There we go. Stony Creek, Mr. Scotto. See if my mouse will work now. There we go. She grows the dank. That's not working. No, no, it's working. It's weird. Miranda Family Farms. Let's do it this way. Oh, Dank of his kind. Christoph, Big Force Christoph. Hope you're having a great day. I think it's the afternoon Christmas day for you. Big Force Mon Ami. Southern Vermont Vintage. Who else? Wow, this thing is acting really weird. Justin Bean. Halfway there. Ty Grows. Martial Artist. Skunk 818. Did I say Stony Creek yet? J5. Johnny 5 is still alive. And I think I got you guys. I think I got everybody. Whoops. Shit. Yeah, alright. Hope everyone has a great Christmas, and we'll see you back Saturday for the takeover. 7 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with the pre-show at my channel, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 6 o'clock Pacific. And you can find my pre-show on dzombie_745 for the digital trash can. The Humidor and the Flavors digital trash can pre-show. Cheers, everybody. Be safe. Drive safe. Don't drink and drive. Smoke and fly. But no, be responsible. Seriously. All jokes aside.